Chapter 2445. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. I was so focused on my closed-door cultivation that I completely forgot about the time. I wonder how long I spent in closed-door cultivation. As Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened, he could not help but feel puzzled. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to ask Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi about it, he realized something was amiss. They were sitting cross-legged in two corners of the dazzling hall. They were motionless like old monks in meditation. Let's wait for them. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to wake the two of them up from their closed-door cultivation. While waiting, he did not remain idle and continued to comprehend the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this moment, Han Xuanai woke up and discovered Duan Lingtian had come out of closed-door cultivation. Brother Lingtian, you've come out of closed-door cultivation? Han Xuanai had just woken up when she noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze on her. She could not help but feel slightly surprised. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. When did this happen? Han Xuanai asked again. It's been a month. Duan Lingtian smiled. Are we going out now? Han Xuanai's eyes flashed with a hint of dread. I wonder if the bodiless celestials outside are still around. It'll be great if there's another exit in this underground palace. When Han Xuanai thought about the possibility of a group of bodiless celestials with extraordinary strength waiting outside, she could not help but feel wary. When her brother Lingtian had just gone into closed-door cultivation, she and Zhang Yi had searched the underground palace in an attempt to find another exit. However, their efforts were to no avail. In the end, they had no choice but to confirm a fact. There was only one exit in the heaven-rank treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial. It was the one they had entered through. In addition, they had also learned from the group of non-body immortals who had entered earlier. Outside the entrance of the underground palace, a group of loose immortals had gathered. Once Zhang Yi comes out of seclusion, we'll head out, Duan Lingtian said calmly when he heard Han Xuanai's words. It was as though he was not worried about the group of bodiless immortals standing guard outside the underground palace. Big brother Lingtian, how was your seclusion this time? Seeing that Duan Lingtian was still able to remain calm at this time, Han Xuanai couldn't help but think of this and ask in a timely manner. Not bad. When he heard Han Xuanai's question, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled. By the time Zhang Yi came out, it was already about 5 months later. It had been 2.5 years since Duan Lingtian and the others first entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. All they had to do was wait for another 6 months before they would be able to sense the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that connected them to the mundane realms. At that time, those who wanted to leave could leave, and those who wanted to stay could stay. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 completely different sword whistles rang out one after another, but they seemed to ring out at the same time. In the end, they seemed to have merged into one. Swoosh. After fusing into one, another ear-piercing sword whistle rang out. It tore through the void and entered one's ears, as if it could shatter one's eardrums. Zhang Yi, it seems like you've gained quite a lot from your seclusion this time. You actually managed to comprehend the first 3 swords of the 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian could not help but praise Zhang Yi when he saw the 3 swords that were filled with mysteries after he came out of seclusion. A hint of surprise could be heard in his voice. Only those who had comprehended the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, would know how difficult it was to comprehend this divine ability. Perhaps it was easy to comprehend the first sword. However, the further one progressed, the more difficult it was to comprehend. It was rare for Zhang Yi to be able to comprehend the first 3 swords of this divine ability in just 2 years. After all, this was not something an ordinary person could do. Duan Lingtian, even I managed to comprehend the first 3 swords of the 13 green lotus swords. I'm sure you've comprehended even more, right? Zhang Yi asked Duan Lingtian after he put the celestial sword away. I guess so. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he called out to Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, we've been here for 2 years. It's time for us to leave. Duan Lingtian had learned from Han Shuanai that they had been in the heaven-rank treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial, for 2 years. He did not know. Had the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial appeared? Whoosh! At this moment, a feng shui compass appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was the feng shui compass he had obtained in the heaven-rank treasure vault. It would lead them to their next destination. Their next destination would either be a human-rank treasure vault, a heaven-rank treasure vault, or the place of inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. Outside the underground palace. There's no one here? Zhang Yi followed Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai out of the underground palace. Initially, he had planned to return to the underground palace immediately if they saw many bodiless celestials outside, so the bodiless celestials would not have the chance to attack them. After all, bodiless celestials were not allowed to enter the underground palace. There was a formation at the entrance of the underground palace that prevented bodiless celestials from entering. However, Zhang Yi was surprised to see that there were no bodiless celestials outside the underground palace. He did not even see a single bodiless celestial after they left the underground palace. Could it be that they're hiding? Soon after, Zhang Yi thought of this possibility. Just as this thought surfaced in Zhang Yi's mind, a voice rang out. Bang! A soft sound resonated in the air. Following that, Zhang Yi saw Duan Lingtian, who was walking at the front, stomped on the ground and shot up into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, he was already far away. Brother Lingtian, Han Shuanai's thoughts were similar to Zhang Yi's. However, when she was about to warn her brother Lingtian, she discovered her brother Lingtian was already far away. In the end, she could only brace herself and follow him. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yi had no choice but to follow Duan Lingtian. He did not forget to look around as though he was afraid someone would attack him. After a while, Han Shuanai and Zhang Yi caught up to Duan Lingtian. After the three of them gathered, they decided to follow Duan Lingtian's feng shui compass. Up until now, their surroundings were still calm. The bodiless celestials have all left? Zhang Yi and Han Shuanai were about to follow Duan Lingtian when an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. They did not expect to not see a single figure outside the underground palace. They're here. Duan Lingtian paused in his tracks, causing Zhang Yi and Han Shuanai to stop as well. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, before Han Shuanai and Zhang Yi could react, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air around them. Horror dawned on both of their faces when they saw this. In just a blink of an eye, more than 20 figures appeared around Duan Lingtian and his two companions. These figures were all human figures. Among them, there were old men, old women, middle-aged men, middle-aged women, and young men. However, they all had one thing in common without exception, and that was they were all very similar. They were all bodiless celestials. Moreover, all of them were extremely powerful bodiless celestials. They're so fast, I can't even see their figures at all. At this moment, both Han Shuanai and Zhang Yi could not help but shudder with fear. Before the group of itinerant immortals appeared, they couldn't even see clearly which direction they had come from, let alone where they had been hiding. Unlike Han Shuanai and Zhang Yi, their expressions changed drastically. Duan Lingtian's expression was indifferent when he saw the bodiless celestials. It was as though the appearance of these bodiless celestials did not affect his mood. You're finally willing to come out. Do you know that I've been waiting for you for a long time? An old man laughed as he looked at Duan Lingtian and his two companions. A hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. Boy, you and this little girl are quite cunning. Unfortunately, you've been harmed by him. Did you really think we didn't expect you to turn back when you discovered us at the entrance of the Earth Palace? The middle-aged man glanced at Zhang Yi and Han Shuanai before he looked at Duan Lingtian with a contemptuous smile on his face. He, who was hiding in the dark, had seen everything that had happened just now. Zhang Yi and Han Shuanai were extremely cautious when they walked out of the Earth Palace. They were prepared to turn back at any moment. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, walked out of the underground palace and swaggered up into the air, intending to leave. At that time, If it were not for the fact that they wanted to wait for Zhang Yi and Han Shuanai to follow Duan Lingtian, these bodiless celestials who were hiding in the shadows would have attacked Duan Lingtian. They waited patiently. When he saw Zhang Yi and Han Shuanai following Duan Lingtian and the three little fellows who possessed celestial supreme treasures had left the underground palace and would not be able to return in time. Fortunately, they had appeared in time. Zhang Yi smiled wryly when he heard the middle-aged man's words, but he did not say anything. However, he was still puzzled. During their time together, he understood Duan Lingtian very well, and he knew that Duan Lingtian wasn't a brainless and rash person. However, why was he so rash this time? On the other hand, Han Shuanai's expression gradually disappeared when she saw Brother Lingtian's calm expression in the face of a group of bodiless celestials. A thoughtful expression appeared on her face. She thought to herself, could it be that Brother Lingtian has a way to deal with these bodiless celestials? Han Shuanai could not help but tremble when she thought about this. These bodiless celestials were clearly not ordinary bodiless celestials. Chapter 2446. Do you think you're qualified to make us turn back? Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the middle-aged man, and a wisp of dense disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Lingtian's words were filled with mockery. Do you think you're qualified to make us turn back? Do you think you're qualified to make us turn back? Duan Lingtian's words were directed at the middle-aged man who had said Han Shuanai and Zhang Yi were killed by Duan Lingtian and the other bodiless celestials present on the scene. Duan Lingtian's words were extremely arrogant. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many bodiless celestials who had regained their senses glared at Duan Lingtian angrily. Moreover, some of the bodiless celestials' auras surged, causing the air to tremble. Brat, you're seeking death. One of the bodiless celestials could not help but make a move. He flew out like a raging dragon as he glared at Duan Lingtian. This bodiless celestial was none other than the middle-aged man who had said Han Shuanai and Zhang Yi were killed by Duan Lingtian. He was also a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. A sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. When the middle-aged man made his move, the bodiless celestials present on the scene realized he was a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. However, none of the bodiless celestials were surprised by this. After all, the bodiless celestials present on the scene were all quite strong. Even the weakest among them was a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, no one was surprised that someone was a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, there were many seven tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene. A mere sixth tribulation bodiless celestial was not enough to shock them. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions rang in the air. When the middle-aged man approached Duan Lingtian, his fists surged with energy. When he punched out, a sky full of fist rays shot toward Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. When the middle-aged man moved and disappeared from Han Shuanai's sight, she clearly sensed a swift wind blowing towards Duan Lingtian, causing his clothes to flutter. Seeing this, she naturally knew that the middle-aged man had attacked her big brother Lingtian. Although she had faith in her big brother Lingtian, Han Shuanai couldn't help but feel nervous. This person's strength? I'm afraid he's not just a 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi could vaguely sense that the middle-aged man was not simple. As for the other bodiless celestials, none of them stopped the middle-aged man from attacking Duan Lingtian. And the reason why they didn't stop it was because, first, it was because Duan Lingtian's words had angered them. Second, even if the middle-aged man killed Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to take away the celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Elementary devouring tactic. As soon as the middle-aged man made his move, Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings in just a blink of an eye. Since Duan Lingtian had cast the elementary devouring tactic, people like Han Shuanai and Zhang Yi would not be able to sense it. However, the bodiless celestials present on the scene clearly saw Duan Lingtian devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings in just a blink of an eye. What a powerful assist-type divine ability! At this moment, the bodiless celestials were shocked. Although they had seen assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms before, none of them could compare to this assist-type divine ability. In the next moment, their eyes lit up when they saw a sword that was as clear as spring water appearing in Duan Tian's hand. A celestial sword. All of them recognized the sword as a celestial sword. Bang, 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 bang. The middle-aged man who was a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial shot out, fist raised toward Duan Tian, as though they were going to drown Duan Tian. The fists were like a rain of flowers that filled the sky. Everywhere they passed, the void trembled, and their power was overwhelming. At this moment, the other bodiless celestials present on the scene realized the middle-aged man was furious. It was clear the middle-aged man did not hold back when he attacked Duan Tian. It was clear he intended to kill Duan Tian. Sword-wielding technique? 13 green lotus swords. Duan Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the middle-aged man who was trying to kill him. Then, he channeled all his energy into the celestial sword in his hand. Swoosh! A sword howl tore through the sky like a flash in the pan, yet it still shocked the hearts of many people present to the point of trembling. The celestial sword in Duan Tian's hand shot out like a flying sword. It was as though it could decapitate someone from 1,000 miles away. Swoosh! 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 However, what happened next was even more shocking. After the first sword whistling sound, several more sword whistling sounds could be heard. Some of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could vaguely tell the sword cries rang one after the other. To the other bodiless celestials, the sword cries seemed to have rung at the same time. For this reason, only the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could vaguely see Duan Tian's movements. A celestial sword was the first to appear. Several sword rays followed closely behind it. However, the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials did not know how many sword rays there were. Of course, although they couldn't completely capture it, they were certain of one thing. There were at least 5 sword rays following behind the celestial sword. Is this a divine ability from a Devata realm? A celestial method? The 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene saw the sword rays catching up to the celestial sword in the lead and merging with it. In just a blink of an eye, the sword rays converged into a sword and met the fist rays that resembled a rain of flowers. Swoosh! The sound of a sword cry rang in the air again. Compared to the previous sword whistling sound, this sword whistling sound was even more ear-piercing. It was as if it could pierce one's eardrums. However, in the blink of an eye, the sword light that had gathered into a single sword with the celestial sword as the carrier streaked across the sky, leaving behind a long and narrow sword light in the void. It looked exceptionally frightening. Boom! The sword ray shone brightly like a giant beast that had opened its mouth and devoured the fist rays that resembled a rain of flowers. How's this possible? When the fist rays that resembled a rain of flowers were annihilated by the sword ray, the middle-aged man who was charging toward Duan Tian finally regained his senses. His expression changed drastically. Swoosh! Right at this moment, the stroke that seemed like a stroke of genius, as well as the finishing touch, pierced into the center of the middle-aged man's brows like an iron drill before he could recover from his shock. Spurt! Blood splattered everywhere. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's eyes dimmed, and his aura weakened. He was dead. At this moment, the middle-aged man was killed. Gasp! 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 The 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene, including Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, could not help but gasp in unison. In the next moment, they looked at Duan Tian as though they were looking at a monster. A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed by Duan Tian in just a blink of an eye? Big Brother Ling Tian's strength has actually become so strong? It seems like Brother Ling Tian's strength has improved a lot during his closed-door cultivation. Han Xuanai had a feeling Brother Ling Tian was strong enough to deal with the group of bodiless celestials in front of her. However, when she saw it with her own eyes, she could not help but feel shocked. Did Duan Tian cast the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords? Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. Although he could not see Duan Tian's attack clearly, he could tell the profundity of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, from the sword cry earlier. He He killed a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. Is he really not even 100 years old? Is he really just an eminent celestial? Isn't this too inconceivable? An eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old is able to kill a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. When the group of six tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. As it turned out, they did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. After all, how strong could a person who was not even 100 years old be even if he was an eminent celestial? However, the sudden reality seemed to have played a huge joke on them. This purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old was able to kill a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. They were certain they would not be able to survive Duan Lingtian's attack, even if they were the one who had been killed by Duan Lingtian. Based on the strength he displayed earlier, he's not any weaker than me. These were the thoughts of the seven tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene. The sword attack Duan Lingtian had cast earlier was enough to threaten them. Now, do you still think you're qualified to make us turn back? After killing the middle-aged sixth tribulation bodiless celestial, Duan Lingtian calmly looked at the other bodiless celestials present on the scene. The group of six tribulation bodiless celestials lowered their heads when they saw Duan Lingtian's gaze. Only the 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene looked at Duan Lingtian fearlessly. After all, in their opinion, although Duan Lingtian was strong, he was only on par with 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Humph! At this moment, an old man who was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial scoffed before he stepped forward. He was none other than Elder Qi from the force where he was from, who had entered the underground palace and was killed by Zhang Yi. At that time, he was the one who had summoned the mirror image to confirm that Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian were still alive. Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian were still in the underground palace. For this reason, they had been waiting for Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Do you think you can escape from us just because you're as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Chapter 24:47. Brat, you're too arrogant. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial said coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He felt the purple-clad young man was too arrogant. Humph! Do you really think you can act arrogantly in front of us just because you're as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Do you know we have more than one 7 tribulation bodiless celestial here? Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial scoffed as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a dark expression. The remaining 3 7 tribulation bodiless celestials did not say anything, but their eyes were filled with hostility when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is too arrogant. Does he really think he'll be able to resolve this crisis just because he's as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? How naive. Even if one 7 tribulation bodiless celestial can't kill him and snatch his celestial supreme treasure, what about 2, 3, or 4 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? In my opinion, Duan Lingtian is going to be in trouble. The 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene looked at Duan Lingtian warily as they whispered among themselves. Based on their words, they did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to leave so easily. After all, the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene were not to be trifled with. Based on this, the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials should not think about snatching the celestial supreme treasures from Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions. However, these 6 tribulation bodiless celestials could not help but daydream. Perhaps, when the celestial supreme treasures from Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions fell into the hands of a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial would fight with the other 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. In the end, both sides would suffer great losses and perish together. At that time, they would stand a chance. For this reason, they had stayed behind to wait for Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions to come out. Otherwise, they would not have wasted their time here. So what if there is more than one 7th tribulation scattered immortal? A sneer appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he heard the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. He said bluntly, "You're not qualified to make us return to the underground palace." After that, Duan Lingtian said to Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi. Xuanai, Zhang Yi, let's go. I would like to see who dares to stop me. As his voice fell, Duan Lingtian had already stepped into the air unhurriedly, heading towards the direction indicated by the compass. From beginning to end, he had completely ignored the group of loose immortals. Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi were dumbfounded when they heard Duan Lingtian's greeting. He only felt that Duan Lingtian was too valiant. HM? After taking a few steps, Duan Lingtian discovered that Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi had not followed him. When he turned around, he saw the two of them standing motionlessly like statues. Why are you in a daze? Let's go. Duan Lingtian, who had turned around, could not help but frown as he reminded her. All right. At this moment, the two of them finally regained their senses when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice. They stepped into the air and followed closely behind Duan Lingtian. Of course, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They were curious. They wondered if the purple-clad young man was not afraid of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, or was he just bluffing? Although Han Xuanai had always been confident in Duan Lingtian, she could not help but feel nervous at this moment. After all, she did not know if Duan Lingtian was strong enough to deal with a few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Crazy. He's crazy. Duan Lingtian is crazy. He dares to disregard those 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. He's so arrogant. Is he not afraid of 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? I think he's just bluffing. The 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene felt chills running up their spines when they saw Duan Lingtian swaggering away after he finished speaking. They thought Duan Lingtian was crazy. Even if an eminent celestial possesses a celestial supreme treasure and has cultivated many amazing divine abilities and celestial methods, his strength should be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? I don't know about the mundane realm you're from, but the strongest eminent celestial in the mundane realm I'm from is only comparable to an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's not even comparable to some powerful 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. There's only one eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realm I'm from. It's similar in the mundane realm I'm from. The group of 6 tribulation bodiless celestials began to whisper among themselves. Based on their words, it was clear that Duan Lingtian was an eminent celestial. In the mundane realms where they lived, at most, there were eminent celestials whose strength was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. There had never been an eminent celestial who was stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The mundane realm we're from is a large mundane realm, but Duan Lingtian is from a small mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. That's right. In the history of the 4 large mundane realms, there's never been an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Don't tell me a brat from a small mundane realm is stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? That's impossible. He's just bluffing. He must be deliberately mystifying things. The group of 6 tribulation bodiless celestials began to whisper among themselves in just a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the other 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials were infuriated when they heard Duan Lingtian's words before he left. Some of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were so infuriated that their bodies began to tremble violently. The group of 6 tribulation bodiless celestials began to whisper among themselves. The group of 6 tribulation bodiless celestials shared the same thoughts as them. They did not think Duan Lingtian was stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Along with the sound of something breaking through the air, the 6th-7th tribulation loose celestials came back to their senses and moved at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, they had already surrounded Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions who had not gone far. The 3 people led by Duan Lingtian had no choice but to stop moving. Swoosh, swoosh. Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi's expressions changed drastically. 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials? There are 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Han Xuanai did not even need to think to know the people who dared to chase after her at this moment were the strongest 7 tribulation bodiless celestials among the group of bodiless celestials. Although she knew there were a few seven tribulation bodiless celestials, she did not expect there to be seven of them. So many seven tribulation bodiless celestials? Zhang Yi was frightened. His body stiffened. It was as if he had been filled with lead. Boy, you're quite bold. Do you really think we can't see through your bluff? In the history of Muro Realm, Yanhuang Realm, Skyline Realm, and Vast Cloud Realm, the strongest eminent celestials from the four large mundane realms are only comparable to seven tribulation bodiless celestials. Do you really think you're stronger than a seven tribulation bodiless celestial and comparable to an eight tribulation bodiless celestial? At this moment, apart from the seven tribulation bodiless celestials who had spoken earlier, two of the other seven tribulation bodiless celestials had spoken as well. At this moment, the seven tribulation bodiless celestials looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. After all, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary eminent celestial. Otherwise, he would be scared half to death by the cold gazes of seventh tribulation bodiless celestials. Scram! Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard the words of the seven tribulation bodiless celestials. His eyes flashed coldly as he shouted, "Kill them all!" Even a man made of clay had a temper. The words of these seven tribulation bodiless celestials had completely enraged Duan Lingtian. Scram? He told us to scram? I didn't hear wrongly, right? You didn't hear wrongly. I heard it as well. He really did tell us to scram. The seven tribulation bodiless celestials were furious when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. You're courting death. At the same time, one of the seven tribulation bodiless celestials took the initiative to shout coldly. The voice was so cold that it seemed to come from a world of ice and snow. Boom, boom. The moment the seventh tribulation bodiless celestial shouted, he seemed to have transformed into a bird. His hands moved like a pair of wings as he tore through the sky, leaving behind two earth-shattering sounds. The moment this seventh tribulation loose immortal moved, shwa, shwa, shwa. The remaining seven tribulation bodiless celestials looked at the seven tribulation bodiless celestial who attacked Duan Lingtian. It's him. At this time, they also discovered that the seven tribulation bodiless celestial who lost his patience and attacked Duan Lingtian was none other than Elder Qi from the force that he ran belonged to before he was killed. Back then, it was through the mirror image displayed by this Elder Qi that they were able to confirm that he was right. The three people who had obtained the immortal supreme treasures were still in the underground palace where the heaven-grade treasure vault was located. Die. Elder Qi moved as the power on his body surged and took the shape of a bird. It was like an enormous goshawk that flashed towards Duan Lingtian with its wings spread. His hands were like the wings of a goshawk. They tore through the sky like two blades that could tear apart everything. Humph. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he looked at Elder Qi who was charging at him menacingly. At the same time, from every pore on his body, streaks of solid white sword light shot out one after another. In the end, his entire body was shrouded by the sword rays. Those with good eyesight would be able to see that Duan Lingtian's body was covered in sword rays. Chapter 2448. Today, this old man will behead you, a boastful brat. I'll show you what it means by there's always someone better than you. Elder Qi cried out coldly as he charged toward Duan Lingtian like an eagle. His figure tore through the sky like a hawk as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. His words were like the judgment of the Grim Reaper, deciding Duan Lingtian's fate. As soon as Elder Qi finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. There's always someone better than you? I'll have to see for myself what it means. In the distance, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated from the tens of thousands of sword rays that were gradually gathering. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the tens of thousands of sword rays that were formed from his body and his energy emitted a series of ear-piercing sword-whistling sound before they merged together. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they merged into one. When the thousands of sword lights merged into one, a white light that was as bright as the sun appeared. It was so bright and dazzling that the group of people present couldn't help but squint their eyes. When they narrowed their eyes, they discovered that a white light had appeared. The tens of thousands of sword rays fused together and emitted a strong white light. They turned into a white sword, a sword that looked very ordinary. This sword was so unremarkable compared to the thousands of sword gleams from before. This sword, however, the ordinary-looking sword caused the expressions of the 5-7 tribulation bodiless celestials to turn solemn. This was because they could vaguely sense something was amiss. This sword was not simple at all. Buzz, buzz. Elder Chi, who had turned into a goshawk, moved like a goshawk hunting its prey. The pair of wings formed by his hands tore through the sky like a pair of sharp blades that could cut through everything. Die! Suddenly, the elder with the surname Chi let out an explosive cry. The power on his eagle-like hands soared once again. Evidently, he had used up the last of his strength. The reason why Elder Chi tried so hard was because he could tell that the ordinary-looking sword Duan Ling Tian had transformed into was not simple. That seemingly ordinary sword floating in the void in the distance actually gave him a very strong sense of danger. He had no choice but to be on guard. You'll be the first 7 tribulation bodiless celestial that I, Duan Ling Tian, have killed in my life. When Elder Chi shouted and charged toward the sword that Duan Ling Tian had transformed into, Duan Ling Tian's voice resonated from the sword that Duan Ling Tian had transformed into. Buzz. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the inconspicuous sword he had transformed into swept across the air at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. The ordinary-looking sword swept across the air at a slow speed. At the very least, Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, who were the weakest among them, could clearly see the sword's trajectory. However, they did not notice the sword's trajectory. The sword in the distance seemed to have casually swept across the air, but there was something else hidden in the sword's trajectory. Only the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could see the profundity of the sword. Even the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials were confused. This sword isn't just a sword. The expressions of the 5-7 tribulation bodiless celestials turned solemn at this moment. This was because they could see that the horizontal slash of Duan Ling Tian's sword was not simple at all. At first glance, it seemed as though the ordinary-looking sword had only swung once. However, they could clearly see the profundity hidden in the sword's trajectory. They had seen this profundity when Duan Ling Tian had killed the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial earlier. The immortal sword pierced through the air, and more than 5 sword rays followed closely behind, fusing into the immortal sword, causing the power of the immortal sword to skyrocket, displaying an extraordinary attack. At this moment, the sword that Duan Ling Tian had transformed into contained the same profundity when he swung it horizontally. Body and sword fusion, 13 green lotus swords. The bodiless celestials present on the scene had good judgment. After all, Duan Ling Tian's seemingly ordinary sword was not as simple as it seemed. Not only did it contain the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, but it also contained the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, from the Devata realm. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the Sovereign Heart Sword was similar to celestial methods in the Devata realms that could be used together with divine abilities. Buzz, buzz. The distance between Elder Chi and Duan Ling Tian grew closer and closer. His hands that were like the wings of an eagle tore through the sky, as if they were capable of tearing and slashing apart everything. Swoosh. In the face of the menacing Elder Chi, the sword that Duan Ling Tian had transformed into swung horizontally, leaving a sword mark in the air at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. As soon as the mark appeared, it seemed as though it had torn the air apart, leaving an invisible gap in the air. The gap grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it was so big that it shrouded Elder Chi. Swoosh. A soft sound resonated in everyone's ears. It was the sound left behind when Elder Chi, who seemed to have transformed into a goshawk, and the sword that Duan Ling Tian had transformed into brushed past each other. Naturally, the sword that Duan Ling Tian had transformed into was still hovering in the air. It was just that Elder Chi had moved to the other side. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Everyone's gaze instantly shifted to the sword that Duan Ling Tian had transformed into an Elder Chi. Most of their gazes were constantly shifting between the two of them. Only the 5-7 tribulation bodiless celestials were looking at Elder Qi in unison. None of them looked at Duan Lingtian's sword. Swoosh! The sword that was hovering in the air suddenly shone with a white light. When the white light faded away, Duan Lingtian's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. After Duan Lingtian appeared, his expression was calm. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at Elder Qi, who had crossed paths with the sword he had transformed into. He's unharmed? He's unharmed? Then, that voice earlier. At this moment, almost everyone's gazes landed on Elder Qi. When everyone's attention was on Elder Qi's expression changed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Elder Qi's body suddenly trembled. Then, a sinister and terrifying crack appeared between his eyebrows and spread across his entire forehead. It was a wound that was strong enough to kill a bodiless celestial. Whoosh! That was indeed the case. Elder Qi's aura was completely annihilated at this moment. Even his body trembled and disappeared from this world, completely disappearing without a trace. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial had died just like that. Silence. The entire place was silent. After Elder Qi died, everyone's attention returned to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. He's able to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial so easily? Doesn't this mean his strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Han Xuan'ai looked at Duan Lingtian with a pleasantly surprised expression on her face. Her heart that was hanging in the air earlier had finally calmed down. Although she had always trusted Lingtian, she did not know about his strength. For this reason, she could not help but worry for him when he was in such a dangerous situation earlier. After all, she did not know how strong he was. She was worried for him when he was in such a dangerous situation. However, now that she saw Lingtian easily killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, she could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. In his opinion, what had just happened was something that he would never have dared to dream of. As a person from Yin Huang realm and a disciple of the Celestial Master sect, he, naturally, knew about this. In the long history of Yin Huang realm, the strongest eminent celestial was only comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, at this moment, an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial had appeared before him. Earlier, I heard from the bodiless celestials from the other 3 large mundane realms that the strongest eminent celestials in the history of the 3 mundane realms were only comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, Duan Lingtian has made history? No. After the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial appeared in the Saint Province realm where Duan Lingtian was. That person was Feng Qingyang. That's not right. Feng Qingyang only possessed such strength after he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Before he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, even if he obtained a celestial sword, his strength would only be comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's far weaker than Duan Lingtian. It's hard to imagine how terrifying Duan Lingtian's strength would be if he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. He was almost certain. If Duan Lingtian managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, his strength would definitely surpass everyone in the mundane realms before he ascended. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would not be a match for him. When Zhang Yi thought about this, his eyes lit up when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He was genuinely happy for Duan Lingtian. Gasp, 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 gasp. At the same time, the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene gasped when they regained their senses. It was as though the pressure in the air had dropped significantly. He's so strong. Chapter 2449. Who else wants to come up and try? Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand, and the violet robe on his body fluttered in the wind. Although his long black hair that wasn't bound by a hairband fluttered in the wind, it didn't cover his handsome and calm face. His face was as calm as the clouds and as light as the wind. There was neither sorrow nor joy. However, when he looked at the other 5-7 tribulation bodiless celestials, his heart skipped a beat. Moreover, when they noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze, the 5 of them lowered their proud heads in unison. An 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. This purple-clad young man's strength was definitely comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. The attack he cast earlier when he transformed into a sword is stronger than the attack of an ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even a slightly stronger 8 tribulation bodiless celestial would only be able to fight him to a draw. The 5-7 tribulation bodiless celestials who had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength knew this very well. He's dead? A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial died just like that? Heavens! What kind of monster is Duan Lingtian? Wasn't he from the small mundane realm, the Saint Province realm? How can he be so freakish? Is he really an eminent celestial and not an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? If he's a bodiless celestial, do you think he'll be able to enter the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial? The group of 6 tribulation bodiless celestials gasped. When they regained their senses, they could not help but whisper among themselves. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with dread. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so fearsome. Why would they be afraid of a person who was not even 100 years old and was not even a bodiless celestial? I remember an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the mundane realm opened. After that person came out, he even killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial exclaimed, "I know that person as well. His name is Feng Qingya. He's a genius from the Saint Province realm." However, before that person obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, his strength was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's said that his strength was only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial after he obtained the celestial sword. Another 6th tribulation loose immortal said, "This Duan Lingtian, could it be that he has already obtained the inheritance of a zenith heaven golden immortal?" The 6th tribulation loose immortal couldn't help but guess. As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire place fell deathly silent. That was right. Perhaps this purple-clad young man had already obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial? Let's go. The group of 6 tribulation bodiless celestials and the 5-7 tribulation bodiless celestials were looking at Duan Lingtian warily when Duan Lingtian called out to Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi. Then, Duan Lingtian led Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi away in a leisurely manner. Their speed was not fast, but the group of bodiless celestials did not dare to chase after them. Moreover, when they saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of making a fuss about it, they heaved a sigh of relief. One of the 5-7 tribulation bodiless celestials sent a voice transmission to the others to discuss joining forces to deal with Duan Lingtian. However, in the end, no one paid any attention to him. Although there were 5 of them, and they were all 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. When they recalled Duan Lingtian's strength, they did not think they would stand a chance even if they joined forces. What a pity. We wasted so much time. One of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials sighed. That's right. If I knew Duan Lingtian was so strong, I wouldn't have waited here for him to come out. This wait lasted for 2 whole years. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial said with a sigh. Apart from those who had arrived later, the group of bodiless celestials who had arrived earlier had waited for 2 years. However, based on the current situation, they had waited for 2 years in vain. Although we've waited for 2 years in vain, at least we survived. Think about those 2 people just now. Not only did they wait for nothing, they were also killed. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial said. Upon hearing the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' words, the remaining bodiless celestials rejoiced inwardly. However, is Duan Lingtian really not a bodiless celestial? Even then, there were still people who were skeptical. He's definitely not a bodiless celestial. If he's a bodiless celestial, it's impossible for him to enter the heaven-rank treasure vault. In the beyond heaven secret zone, bodiless celestials can't even enter a human-rank treasure vault, let alone a heaven-rank treasure vault. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial can't enter a human-rank treasure vault in the beyond heaven secret zone. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials are the strongest in the mundane realms. Soon after, someone refuted the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial's words. That's right. He's definitely not a bodiless celestial. More and more people chimed in. If he's not a bodiless celestial, it's impossible for him to be so strong even if he's an eminent celestial. Unless he has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the beyond heaven secret zone. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial said solemnly. The inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. The bodiless celestials present on the scene were shocked when they heard this. It was the most precious thing in the beyond heaven secret zone. There's another possibility. Before he entered the beyond heaven secret zone, he must have obtained an inheritance from a celestial in the mundane realm that's on par with a great overarching golden celestial. Someone else said, that's possible. Many people nodded in agreement. I don't think that's possible. If he has obtained such an inheritance, why would he enter the beyond heaven secret zone? Someone said, that's not necessarily true. Perhaps he entered the beyond heaven secret zone to benefit his friends and family? Moreover, who would complain about having too many celestial supreme treasures? The other bodiless celestials refuted the former's words. At this moment, the source of Duan Lingtian's strength was a mystery. Duan Lingtian is an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm. His strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. No matter what the bodiless celestials said, they were certain of one thing. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect this. After this battle, Duan Lingtian's reputation began to spread in the vast beyond heaven secret zone along with the bodiless celestials who had left. This also made more and more people aware of his existence. Duan Lingtian? An eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm whose strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? More and more people were shocked when they heard that Duan Lingtian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. However, there were even more people who did not believe it. What a joke. How can a mere eminent celestial kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. In the history of Muro realm, the strongest eminent celestial is only comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, there are only a few eminent celestials like that in the long history of Muro realm. It's the same in Skyline realm. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian isn't an eminent celestial at all. He's most likely an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. I heard Duan Lingtian can enter the heaven-rank treasure vault in the beyond heaven secret zone. If he's a bodiless celestial, it's impossible for him to enter it, right? Who knows if it's true or not? I don't believe it. News about Duan Lingtian spread like wildfire. However, many people did not believe that Duan Lingtian was so strong. They thought the news was baseless. Duan Lingtian killed a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial and a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in just one blow? Then, he even brought Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi away with him under the watchful eyes of 5 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Lu Xia, the woman who had left Duan Lingtian's group, was stunned when she heard the news about Duan Lingtian. She had spread the news because she hoped there would be more powerful bodiless celestials to deal with Duan Lingtian and the others. Who would have thought the bodiless celestials would not be able to stop Duan Lingtian even though they had gathered? Not only that, but a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial and a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial had also died. Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? No, that's impossible. Impossible. That Duan Lingtian, how could he be so strong? Lu Xia couldn't believe it, nor was she willing to believe it. However, no matter how unwilling she was to believe it, she could faintly sense that the news was most likely true. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian had always been mysterious. Although she was shocked, She did not think it was impossible for him to be so strong. In another 6 months, I'll be able to sense the entrance to the vast cloud realm. At that time, I'll return as soon as I can. I don't want to run into Duan Lingtian in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. If I run into him, he won't let me go. In an instant, Lu Xia made up her mind. She would leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone in 6 months. Although he was certain there were many celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he was certain there were many celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities from the Devata realms. However, her previous experience allowed her to know her place. She knew that those things were not things that she could get her hands on. Therefore, she didn't even dare to think about those things now. I can only hope that I won't run into that Duan Lingtian in the next 6 months. Otherwise, with that Duan Lingtian's character, I'll definitely die. Thinking of this, Lu Xia's heart trembled with fear. After spending some time with Duan Lingtian, she had a rough understanding of Duan Lingtian's character. Chapter 2450. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, many people believe that there was an eminent celestial capable of killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The name of this eminent celestial swept through half of the Beyond Heaven secret zone like a hurricane. Although the Beyond Heaven secret zone was huge, it could not withstand the spread of 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. Elder Brother Duan, he killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? A woman dressed in fiery red robes stood in a secluded and quiet valley. Her beautiful and sexy lips moved slightly, and a hint of surprise could be seen in her bright eyes. The woman stood there, her fiery red robes fluttering in the wind, making her look like a fire spirit. How's this possible? Could it be that he has obtained the inheritance from a great, overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? A woman dressed in white with a veil on her face stood nearby. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Based on her words, it was clear she was surprised. These 2 people were none other than Feng Tianwu, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 absolutes sect, and Mu Yi, the successor of the Prophet progeny, the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Half a year ago, the 2 of them had met. However, with their strength, they could only keep a low profile in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Even an eminent celestial was not someone they could deal with. It's possible. Feng Tianwu nodded when she heard Mu Yi's words. We'll know when those people come out. If he has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the feng shui compasses in the human rank and heaven rank treasure vaults that lead to the location of the great overarching golden celestial's inheritance will no longer work, Mu Yi said. Feng Tianwu nodded.
Yes.
Feng Tianwu nodded. She had heard about this when she had just entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Both Mu Yi and Feng Tianwu knew they were not in the Sword Saint secret zone. Instead, it was the Beyond Heaven secret zone that connected 5 mundane realms, including the Saint Province realm. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, apart from the young powerhouses below the age of 100 from the 5 mundane realms, there was also a group of bodiless celestials from the other 4 mundane realms. Among those loose immortals, there was no lack of 7th tribulation loose immortals and 8th tribulation loose immortals. Some people even said this time there was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial among the bodiless celestials who had entered. They're out. After about half a day, Mu Yi's eyes lit up. As she spoke, she looked at Feng Tianwu. The compass they obtained, is it useful? Feng Tianwu could not help but ask. At this moment, she sincerely hoped that the compass they obtained would no longer work, since it would mean that her elder brother Duan had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. If the compass did not fail, it would mean that her elder brother Duan had not obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Every time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, only one great overarching golden celestial's inheritance would appear. Once the inheritance was obtained by someone else, all clues regarding the location of the inheritance would be lost and cut off. In other words, if her elder brother Duan had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, it would mean that all clues leading to the location of the inheritance would no longer work. The compass in their hands. It's still working. While Feng Tianwu stared at Mu Yi and waited for her response, Muyi quickly opened her eyes and murmured, "I'm not sure what to do." As a heaven-defying Tao cultivator, Mu-Yi knew a soul-secret technique that prevented ordinary bodiless celestials from detecting her divine consciousness. For this reason, after she had met up with Feng Tianwu, they had not been discovered by a small group that had clues leading to the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. A few days ago, the small group had entered a human-rank treasure vault. They had only come out today. As soon as they came out, they were noticed by Mu-Yi. At the same time, Mu-Yi discovered that they had obtained a new compass, and it was still working. It was guiding them to their next destination. "Let's go. Let's follow them," Mu-Yi said to Feng Tianwu before leaving the quiet and secluded valley. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu immediately regained her senses and followed after her. Does this mean elder brother Duan did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? If he didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, how did he manage to kill a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial? Feng Tianwu was very familiar with her elder brother Duan's strength. Before her elder brother Duan entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, his strength was only comparable to a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if elder brother Duan managed to obtain a celestial sword in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, his strength is only comparable to a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, according to the rumors, elder brother Duan managed to kill a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. Is it possible that elder brother Duan managed to obtain an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm and successfully comprehend it? Based on what I know, there might be divine abilities from Devata realms in the heaven-rank treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It seems like elder brother Duan must have found a heaven-rank treasure vault. Feng Tianwu had once sacrificed her life for Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian had fallen in love with her and treated her as the most important woman in his life. Later on, he had also fallen in love with Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian did not hide anything from the woman he loved deeply who also loved him deeply. Due to this reason, he told Feng Tianwu about his situation in full detail. For this reason, Feng Tianwu was able to come to such a conclusion. If that's the case, this means elder brother Duan must have obtained a clue about the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, since there's a feng shui compass in the heaven-rank treasure vault that leads one to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Feng Tianwu could not help but feel excited when she thought about this. This meant that Duan Lingtian was not alone. She would have a chance to reunite with her elder brother Duan in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In fact, the direction where Feng Tianwu and Mu-Yi were heading had an intersection with the direction where Duan Lingtian and the others were heading. That intersection was the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At this moment, Feng Tianwu and Mu-Yi were not the only people from the Saint Province realm who were heading to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He's able to kill a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial? Ganru Yin was stunned when she heard about Duan Lingtian killing a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. That man's strength had already reached such a level? After a few moments, Ganru Yin finally regained her senses. At the same time, she looked at the young woman who looked exactly like her and said, "Ku-er, I thought you've left him far behind with your current strength. I didn't expect him to continue to improve." A complicated expression appeared on Ganru Yin's face when she spoke. Unknowingly, not only had that man left her far behind, but even her younger sister had also left her far behind. Brother Tian must be stronger than me. The young woman who looked exactly like Ganru Yin was, naturally, Duan Lingtian's wife, Ke. She shook her head and smiled when she heard Ganru Yin's words. A hint of excitement could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Naturally, she was excited because she had a chance to meet Duan Lingtian. She was certain she would be reunited with her man in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Ke knew Duan Lingtian better than Feng Tianwu, so she was certain of one thing. She was certain her man had obtained a celestial sword and an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. However, she did not even think about obtaining a celestial technique. After all, she knew her man would not cultivate a celestial technique even if he obtained one. After all, A celestial technique would conflict with the sovereign heart sword that her man had mastered. Divine abilities from Devata realms can only be found in heaven-rank treasure vaults. This means Brother Tion must have entered a heaven-rank treasure vault before. Since he has entered a heaven-rank treasure vault, he must have obtained clues about the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Sister and I have been through many human-rank treasure vaults on our way to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I'll be able to see Brother Tion when we arrive at the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, Kerr was so excited. So this is a celestial supreme treasure? It's indeed different from the weapons in the mundane realms. Somewhere in the beyond heaven's secret zone, a golden-clad little girl was playing with an iron claw that gleamed coldly. With a single glance, one could tell that this iron claw wasn't forged from an ordinary iron ore. This was because it was emitting waves of terrifying cold air. Some of the non-body celestials present on the scene could not help but tremble when they sensed the cold air coming from the iron claw. At this moment, not only were there non-body celestials around the golden-clad little girl, but there was also a group of body celestials. Who's this little girl? Her strength. How could she be so strong? A body celestial asked in a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the golden-clad little girl in the distance. That's a 5 tribulation body celestial. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from her. The strongest body celestials present on the scene were only 4 tribulation body celestials when they recalled how the golden-clad little girl had killed the 5 tribulation body celestial. Chapter 24:51. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. The golden-clad little girl had put on the iron claw and clawed at it. Rip, rip, rip. The golden-clad little girl's iron claw tore through the air, leaving behind a series of tearing sounds. One could vaguely see that there were cracks in the air. Claw marks appeared in the void, but the space was not torn apart. It was not because the little girl was weak or because the claw-shaped celestial supreme treasure in her hand was useless. It was because the space in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone was too stable. In the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would not be able to tear the space apart. Gasp, 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 gasp. A series of gasps rang out. It was the group of onlookers. When they felt the commotion caused by the little girl using the celestial supreme treasure, their hearts trembled. They couldn't help but gasp in shock. The golden-clad little girl was none other than Little Gold from the Saint Province realm. She was also the jade-eyed heavenly mouse that followed Duan Lingtian in the past. Naturally, Little Gold was no longer a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. She had successfully evolved into a celestial beast, the crimson-eyed celestial devouring mouse. Previously, Little Gold had entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone with Little Black and Little White. However, when she entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, she discovered that she was alone in a strange place. After that, she began to wander around the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. She encountered many people who were plotting against her, but they were all killed by her. Today, she was in luck. She had heard there was an Earth-rank treasure vault here, so she had rushed over. When she arrived, she discovered there was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial supreme treasure. She discovered the strongest 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was preparing to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. She had killed the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial and successfully obtained the celestial supreme treasure. What's wrong? Why are all of you eyeing the celestial supreme treasure in my hand? Don't tell me all of you want to snatch it from me? Sensing the fearful and fiery gazes around him, Xiao Jin waved the iron claws in his hand and looked at the surrounding people with a smile as he asked. The current Little Gold looked harmless to humans and animals. But when the grinning Little Gold entered the eyes of this group of people, it was no different than a smiling devil, and it terrified them to the point they hurriedly withdrew their gazes. There were even many people that hastily turned around and left as if they were deeply afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire if they were too late. How boring! Seeing that more than half of the people had left, Goldie felt bored. At the same time, It put away its iron claws and flew away in a random direction. From the beginning to the end, the people behind could only watch as Xiao Jin left. However, they did not have the courage to chase after Xiao Jin and snatch the immortal supreme treasure from him. Brother Ling Tian killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow? Soon, Xiao Jin heard the news as he walked by. Although a lot of people thought that it was fake news, it was still not real. However, she did not think so. Initially, I thought I'm stronger than Brother Ling Tian. I didn't expect Brother Ling Tian to be strong enough to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. This means Brother Ling Tian's strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial at least. Little Gold thought to herself. However, she was not discouraged by the fact that Brother Ling Tian was stronger than her. She was happy for Ling Tian from the bottom of her heart. Brother Ling Tian? His strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Big Brother Ling Tian is now so strong? Not long after Little Gold received the news, Little Black and Little White also received the news. Currently, Little Black and Little White had reunited. They were twins, after all. When their strength had reached a certain level, their bloodline connection could be amplified. Even in this vast and boundless beyond heaven's secret zone, he could still sense the other party's presence. For this reason, it was not difficult for them to find each other and reunite. At this moment, they had also heard the news about their brother Ling Tian. Since Brother Ling Tian has been to the Heaven Rank Treasure Vault, he must have followed the clues he obtained in the Heaven Rank Treasure Vault to head to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It was not difficult for Little Black to figure this out. Let's continue on our way then. Coincidentally, we also found some clues in a Human Rank Treasure Vault. Little White looked at the feng shui compass in her hand before she called out to Little Black and flew in the direction indicated by the feng shui compass. Little Black followed closely behind. The 10,000 Beasts Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. At this moment, somewhere in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, in a large hall of a palace that occupied a vast area and had a magnificent aura, there were 2 peerlessly beautiful women sitting at the head of the table and below the head of the table. The red-clothed woman with an enchanting figure and a bewitching face seemed to have suddenly sensed something and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Unlike the red-clad woman who was seductive, the red-clad woman who was seated at the head of the table was dressed in a light green robe. She had a beautiful face and a pure and holy aura. She was the complete opposite of the red-clad woman. Sister, it's nothing. The red-clad woman shook her head when she heard the green-clad woman's words. However, the hesitant look in her eyes betrayed her thoughts. Go ahead if you have something to do. Based on your expression, it must be something urgent, the green-clad woman said with a smile. The green-robed woman said with a smile. Her smile bloomed like 100 flowers blooming. It gave people a feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. There are 3 little fellows who didn't ascend immediately after receiving the inheritance from the legacy blood pool. Moreover, they even entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The higher-ups have ordered me to bring them back to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. After the red-clad woman finished speaking, she looked at the green-clad woman reluctantly and said, Sister, we haven't seen each other for so many years. I really don't want to leave at this time. Silly girl. The green-clad woman shook her head and smiled. Why don't I go with you and have a look? It just so happens that I want to see what kind of person he is. Not only did he stay in the mundane realm, but he even entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone after obtaining the legacy blood pool personally refined by your overlord. Generally speaking, those in the mundane realms who obtained a fortuitous encounter like the legacy blood pool would ascend to the Devata realms immediately. Naturally, there were also those who continued to stay in the mundane realms due to certain reasons. However, very few people would enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone after obtaining such a fortuitous encounter. First of all, it was rare for the Beyond Heaven secret zone to open. Secondly, these people were not allowed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. According to the rules of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, those who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone must not have obtained any inheritance from a Devata realm. The reason for this rule was that the great overarching golden celestials who left their inheritances in the beyond heaven secret zone did not want their inheritors to have other masters or sects in the Devata realms. The three little fellows the red-clad woman mentioned were none other than Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. After the three of them obtained the inheritance from the legacy blood pool, it was equivalent to them being branded with the sect of the powerhouse who refined the legacy blood pool. According to the rules of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, they were not allowed to enter the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. If they were discovered, their cultivation bases would be crippled, and they would be expelled from the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. In the worst case, they would be executed. Naturally, not many people in the mundane realms knew about this rule of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. For this reason, since ancient times, many people who obtained inheritances from Devata realms had entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Some of these people were taken away from the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone by the forces they belonged to. Some of them had their cultivation bases crippled by the supervisor of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone and were expelled from the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Some of them were even executed by the supervisor of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Due to the uniqueness of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, the supervisor of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone was usually a subordinate of a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm. Most people could not afford to offend them. Dying at the hands of a supervisor was usually a pointless death. After all, no force in the Devata realms would openly make an enemy out of the inspectors for the sake of someone who had obtained their sect's inheritance. For this reason, when they discovered that the disciples of their respective sects had entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone by mistake, they would send someone to bring the disciples out of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone before the supervisor of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone discovered them. Now, the woman in red had received such an order. In the eyes of the people in the mundane realms, the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone contained the legacies and treasures left behind by great overarching golden celestials. Therefore, they all thought the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone was created by a perfected golden celestial. But in reality, this was not the case. The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone was first created by 81 heavenly emperors from the Devata realms. Since ancient times, it had been jointly managed by 81 heavenly emperors from the Devata realms. It was a platform for great overarching golden celestials in the Devata realms to look for their successors. In order to better manage the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, the 81 heavenly emperors would usually send their subordinates as supervisors to oversee the various Beyond Heaven Secret Zones. Naturally, a single supervisor would have to oversee tens of thousands of Beyond Heaven Secret Zones. After all, there were too many Beyond Heaven Secret Zones. In that case, sister, let's depart now. I heard that the three little fellows entered the inheritance blood pool together. Moreover, it's said that they have great potential. That's why the higher-ups arranged for me to personally bring them to the 10,000 beasts heaven. The red-clad woman said to the green-clad woman. The red-clad woman seemed to be conversing casually with the green-clad woman, but based on her tone, one could tell that she was trying to say something. Chapter 2452. Now that you mention it, I'm even more interested in those three little fellows. The green-clad woman's eyes lit up when she heard the red-clad woman's words. Based on her words, it was obvious she was in high spirits. If that's the case, let's go together, sister, the red-clad woman said. Let's go. When the green-clothed lady opened her mouth once again, her figure, which was seated on the leader's seat in the large hall, gradually faded away before disappearing without a trace. In the next moment, the red-clad woman left as well. In an instant, the huge hall fell completely silent. Meanwhile, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White, who were far away in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, were still unaware of the danger they were facing. If they were discovered by the supervisor of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, even if they did not die, they would lose their cultivation bases. Currently, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White were still looking forward to the moment they could reunite with their big brother Ling Tian and big sister Ku'er. However, they were unaware that they were in danger. They did not know a crisis was approaching them. They were also unaware that someone was preparing to bring them out of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone to the Devata realms. There was a Beyond Heaven pavilion in every Devata realm. There were 81 Devata realms in total. For this reason, there were 81 Beyond Heaven pavilions. To a certain extent, the Beyond Heaven Pavilion was a transit point between the Devata realms and the Beyond Heaven secret zone. If a great overarching golden celestial wanted to leave his or her inheritance in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he or she would have to register in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After registering, one would be able to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone through the transporting formation in the Beyond Heaven Pavilion. Apart from that, one would also have to leave behind Heaven Rank and Earth Rank treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, according to the rules of the Beyond Heaven Pavilion. The Beyond Heaven Pavilion was similar to the supervisor of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. They were subordinates of the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. However, unlike the supervisor, there were many Devata realms. Due to the large number of members in the Beyond Heaven Pavilion, there was a mix of good and bad people. Some of them were even willing to sell the information they obtained from the Beyond Heaven secret zone for their own benefits. For example, if they discovered Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White who had violated the rules of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, they should immediately notify the supervisor so that the supervisor could punish them. However, the members of Beyond the Heavens sect who discovered that Xiao Jin, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai had violated the rules did not inform the supervisor. Instead, they informed the faction that had left the inheritance for Xiao Jin and the other two. They often did this kind of thing. Moreover, every time, they would be able to obtain generous rewards from it. Lord Ming, it is the three of them. In a secret room, a middle-aged man in uniform pointed at the three people in the two, constantly changing mirror images in front of him, and said respectfully to the woman in red standing in front of him. In one of the images, a golden-clothed little girl was hurrying on her way. In the other image, a black-clothed little boy and a white-clothed little girl were in a human-rank treasure vault in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. They were dealing with one obstacle after another. The entire process was exceptionally easy. I discovered the black-clothed little boy and the white-clothed little girl by accident. When they make a move, a crescent-shaped blood moon mark would appear between their eyebrows. That's the mark of the Blood Moon Ridge's people. The middle-aged man continued to speak. The words Beyond the Heavens sect were embroidered on the chest of the middle-aged man's uniform, indicating his identity as a member of the Beyond the Heavens sect. Since I discovered the two of them by accident, I searched through the people in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the end, I discovered the golden-clothed little girl. When she makes a move, a blood moon mark would appear between her eyebrows as well. The middle-aged man did not continue to speak after he reached this point. You've done well. When I bring the three of them out, I'll present the Blood Moon Ridge's gift of gratitude to you. The woman in red nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Lord Ming. Upon hearing the woman in red's words, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as a bright smile appeared on his face. The reason he had tipped off the Blood Moon Ridge was because he wanted the Blood Moon Ridge's gift of gratitude. They're the dragons? At this moment, the green-clothed woman, who had been standing beside the red-clothed woman, suddenly narrowed her eyes as she stared at one of the images that was constantly changing. This was because in the mirror image, the black-clothed little boy and the white-clothed little girl had also transformed into their original forms. Two 8-clawed divine dragons. Meng Yao, I want these two little fellows. The green-clad woman looked at the red-clad woman and said in a decisive tone, Sister, it's not a problem if you want to take them away. However, you'll have to ask the patriarch of your clan to inform our lord. The red-clad woman was not surprised by the green-clad woman's words at all. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to explain myself to the higher-ups. The red-clad woman could not help but smile wryly when she reached the end of her sentence. All right, the green-clad woman nodded. At the same time, she shifted her gaze to the two 8-clawed divine dragons in the mirror again. Lord Ming, this is? The middle-aged man standing at the side could not help but ask the red-clad woman when he realized the green-clad woman was not an ordinary person. She's my sister, Ji Xiang. The red-clad woman replied. Ji Xiang? The middle-aged man frowned. He felt as though he had heard this name before, but he could not recall where he had heard it from. My sister is a member of the dragons. The red-clad woman reminded him. Dragons? The middle-aged man's body trembled when he heard the red-clad woman's words. When he looked at the green-clad woman again, his voice trembled as he asked, could she be the youngest elder of the dragons in our Wansho heaven? Elder Ji Xiang? Yes. The red-clad woman replied, Greetings, Elder Ji Xiang. I didn't know Elder Ji Xiang's identity earlier. Please forgive my rudeness, Elder Ji Xiang. After receiving confirmation from the red-clothed woman, the middle-aged man's body trembled. He immediately looked at Elder Ji Xiang and hurriedly bowed and apologized. The heavenly emperor of the Wanshou heaven was no longer a member of the dragons. However, the dragon's foundation in the Wanshou heaven was second only to the heavenly emperor of the Wanshou heaven. Even the powerful Blood Moon Ridge was slightly inferior to the dragons. Activate the transportation formation that leads to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The green-clad woman, Ji Xiang, the youngest elder of the dragon clan in the 10,000 Beasts heaven, ignored the middle-aged man's apology. She looked at him indifferently and said, You're right. Yes, yes. When the middle-aged man saw that Ji Xiang had no intention of arguing with him, he did not dare to slack off. He hurriedly made some arrangements and activated the transporting formation that led to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Although the Beyond Heaven sect was directly under the command of the heavenly emperor of the Wanshou heaven, he was not a member of the Wanshou heaven. However, he was aware of his own limitations. For an ordinary member of Beyond the Heavens sect like him, even if Ji Xiang killed 1,000 or 800 of them, the Sky Emperor would not stand up for him. Swoosh! As soon as the transportation formation was activated, Ji Xiang disappeared from the transportation formation in just a flash. The red-clad woman followed closely behind her. At the same time, in the Beyond Heaven secret zone that was connected to the Saint Province realm, Yanhuang realm, and the other 3 mundane realms, 2 more outsiders had arrived. They were the 2 people from the 10,000 Beasts heaven in the Devata realm. Ji Xiang, an elder of the dragons. Dream Demon, a member of the Blood Moon Ridge. Swoosh! As soon as Ji Xiang arrived in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, her divine consciousness swept out like a hurricane and shrouded a large area. Her divine consciousness covered 1% of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. From this, one could see how powerful Ji Xiang, the youngest elder of the dragons in the Wanshou heaven, was. Just when Ji Xiang discovered that her 2 targets were not within the range of her spiritual sense and was about to withdraw her spiritual sense, she suddenly seemed to have sensed something and did not immediately withdraw her spiritual sense. A purple-clad young man appeared in the range of Ji Xiang's divine consciousness. He raised his hand and shot out a celestial sword. More than 5 sword rays shot out and merged with the celestial sword, causing it to shine brightly. Soon after, a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial was killed by him. This sword-wielding technique. It seems to be. Ji Xiang closed her eyes as she thought to herself. Scenes from many years ago appeared in her mind. Back then, a genius sword celestial had come to the Wanshou heaven and challenged the strongest clan leader of the dragons. That battle could be said to be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. At that time, she was only an ordinary disciple of the dragons. Since her parents were guardians of the dragons, she was able to witness the earth-shattering battle with her own eyes. In that battle, the godlike clan leader of the dragon clan was ultimately defeated by that genius sword immortal. How could the clan leader be defeated? How's that possible? Ji Xiang could not accept the truth at that time. I admit defeat. I'm completely convinced. With your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to challenge and replace the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Ji Xiang remembered the clan leader of the dragons had said to the genius sword celestial sword. Soon after, a piece of news came from the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had died after being challenged. The new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was the one who had killed the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is the genius sword celestial who defeated the clan leader. Ji Xiang was completely dumbfounded when news of this spread to the Wanshou heaven and the dragons. She did not expect this. Chapter 24:53. The reason Ji Xiang, the youngest elder of the dragons of the 10,000 Beasts heaven, thought about the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who had challenged their patriarch in the past was because of this. She had thought about the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. She had sensed the sword-wielding technique cast by the purple-clad young man with her divine consciousness. The sword-wielding technique cast by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was even more profound. However, there were many similarities between the purple-clad young man's sword-wielding technique and the purple-clad young man's sword-wielding technique. Is he related to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Even Ji-seong didn't know why, but at this moment, such a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. In the past, she would have thought this was ridiculous. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had a lofty status. How could he be related to someone from the mundane realms? However, she could see the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven in the purple-clad young man. For this reason, she was not certain if this thought was ridiculous or impossible. His cultivation base is only that of an eminent celestial. However, he could easily kill a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. Although the six-tribulation bodiless celestial did not possess a celestial weapon. Although Ji-seong was an elder of the dragons of the 10,000 beast heaven and had seen many geniuses, she could not help but exclaim in awe. She would not be surprised if she saw an eminent celestial who could easily kill a six-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devata realms. After all, eminent celestials in the Devata realms were not comparable to eminent celestials in the mundane realms. The celestial weapon that Ji-seong mentioned was, in fact, a celestial supreme treasure. In the Devata realms, most people referred to celestial supreme treasures as celestial weapons. Apart from that, 99% of bodiless celestials could only use celestial weapons and not celestial methods and divine abilities from the Devata realms. This was because bodiless celestials' bodies could not withstand celestial methods and divine abilities at that level. Even if a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage had mastered celestial methods and divine abilities from the Devata realms before he failed the heavenly tribulation, he would not be able to use celestial methods and divine abilities at that level. Unless he wanted to die. Only after he became a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial and ascended to the Devata realm would he be able to cast the celestial methods and divine abilities from the Devata realm. This was the greatest disadvantage of itinerant immortals. He could only use celestial weapons and could not use celestial methods and divine abilities from the Devata realms. Of course, there were a small number of loose immortals who were exceptions. They were loose immortals who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. They could cast offensive celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms. It should be a coincidence. In the end, Ji-seong shook her head. She felt that the purple-clad young man had nothing to do with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It was just a coincidence that the sword-controlling technique they used was similar. Soon, Ji-seong withdrew her divine sense and explored the other side. At this time, the red-clothed woman behind Ji-seong, Dream Demon, did not stay idle. She extended her divine sense and searched for the black-clothed little boy and white-clothed little girl with Ji-seong. Of course, she was also looking for the little girl in gold. I finally found a human-rank treasure vault. With this clue, I'll be able to meet Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kerr soon. The golden-clad little girl rose into the air from a lake. The tranquility of the lake was broken. The lake water splashed everywhere, but it didn't wet her clothes. The golden-clad little girl looked at the feng shui compass in her hand with an excited expression on her face. It's in this direction. Just as the golden-clad little girl was about to follow the feng shui compass, a gust of wind blew. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown past, a red figure had appeared in the path of the little girl in gold. Who are you? The golden-clad little girl's expression changed drastically when she saw the red-clad little girl who had appeared out of thin air. Because this woman in red had appeared out of thin air in front of her eyes. She had no idea where she had come from, nor did she catch a glimpse of her. What did this mean? This meant the red-clad little girl was much stronger than her. Little girl, you're too greedy. The red-clad little girl was none other than the dream demon who had just entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. She looked at the golden-clad little girl and sighed softly. Since you've obtained the inheritance from the Blood Moon Ridge's legacy blood pool, you should ascend to the 10,000 Beast Heaven. Even if you don't want to ascend, you shouldn't have come to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The dream demon said. Upon hearing the dream demon's words, the golden-clad little girl, Little Gold, was dumbfounded. The legacy blood pool? You. How do you know about the legacy blood pool? When Xiaojin looked at the dream demon again, other than panic and fear, there was also confusion and disbelief in her eyes. She did not know how the red-clad little girl knew about the legacy blood pool and that she had obtained the inheritance from the legacy blood pool. The legacy blood pool you encountered was personally refined by the Lord of Blood Moon Ridge. Do you think I don't know about it? The dream demon asked. Blood Moon Ridge? Lord of Blood Moon Ridge? He's the one who refined the legacy blood pool? Little Gold muttered to herself. Then, she looked at the dream demon and asked, Does this mean you're a celestial from a Devata realm? Little Gold's eyes lit up when she heard the dream demon's words. At this moment, she realized the red-clad little girl had no ill intentions toward her. Otherwise, why would the red-clad little girl tell her so much? With the red-clad little girl's strength, it would only take a blink of an eye for the red-clad little girl to kill her. Of course, the dream demon nodded and said, I'm here to bring you out of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Do you know how dangerous it is for you to enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone? As she spoke, the dream demon's tone became serious. Dangerous? Little Gold was stunned when she heard the dream demon's words. Then, she shook her head and said, As long as I don't provoke bodiless celestials who are stronger than me, I won't be in danger. Moreover, more than 90% of the people in the Beyond Heaven secret zone are weaker than me. Don't they still have to survive? Now, Little Gold only thought that the dream demon's danger came from those itinerant immortals who were stronger than her. The danger I'm referring to has nothing to do with bodiless celestials who are stronger than you, the dream demon patiently explained to Little Gold. After these words, Xiaojin learned about the existence of the supervisor. At the same time, Xiaojin also learned that she knew she had violated the rules of the Beyond Heaven secret zone by entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone after obtaining the legacy from the legacy blood pool. If I'm targeted by the inspectors, even if I don't die, I won't be able to keep my cultivation base? Little Gold's expression changed drastically. Yes. The dream demon nodded and said, Therefore, we have to leave as soon as possible. If we're targeted by the inspectors at this time, not only will you die, but I'll also be implicated. As she spoke, the dream demon's tone became somewhat hurried. I still have 2 friends. Little Gold's expression changed drastically. Little Gold's expression changed again as she thought about Little Black and Little White. She wanted the dream demon to bring them away as well. Your 2 friends should have left the Beyond Heaven secret zone by now. I'll bring you to them now. The moment dream demon's words left his mouth, he brought Little Gold and left. They stepped onto the transporting formation and returned to a secret room in the Beyond the Heavens sect. Little Gold. Just as Xiaojin felt an ear-piercing light enter her eyes, 2 familiar voices rang in her ears. Little Black? Little White? Little Gold sighed in relief when she saw the black-clad little boy and the white-clad little girl. I'll bring them away. You can come to the dragons to receive your reward after a month. Another voice rang in Little Gold's ears at this moment. It was only at this moment that she discovered the red-clad woman, Little Black, and Little White were not the only people who had brought her out of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. A green-clad woman was talking to a middle-aged man who was dressed in a uniform. Thank you, Elder Ji Xiang. The middle-aged man thanked Ji Xiang with a joyful expression on his face. To him, the reward of the dragon race was an additional joy. In the beginning, all he wanted was the reward from Blood Moon Ridge. Moreover, when he found out the dragons wanted to bring 2 of the dragons away, he did not think he would be able to obtain the reward from the dragons. Dream Demon, I'll make a move first. Following that, Xiaojin noticed that the green-robed woman glanced at the red-robed woman beside her before leaving with Xiao He and Xiao Bai. From the beginning until the end, she did not manage to speak to Little White and Little Black at all. Little Black, Little White. Little Gold's expression changed drastically. She looked at the red-clad woman and asked anxiously, Where did she bring Little Black and Little White? Don't worry. She won't harm your 2 friends. She's only bringing them home. Before Little Gold could react, the Dream Demon had already left with Little Gold. From the beginning until the end, Little Gold did not have the strength to resist at all. Her power is too strong. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the mundane realms can't compare to her. Little Gold, who had struggled to no avail, was shocked when she was brought away by the dream demon. It's a pity I missed the chance to see Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kerr again. Little Gold felt bitter when she thought about how she was brought away from the Beyond Heaven secret zone to the 10,000 Beast Heaven, one of the Devata realms. I wonder when I'll be able to see Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kerr again. Now, Xiao Jin sensed that the surrounding air was filled with an exaggeratedly dense amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Chapter 2454. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what had happened to Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. He did not know the three of them had been abducted while they were on their way to look for him. Moreover, they had been abducted to a Devata realm, somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. We're too late. The three of them were travel-worn when they arrived at a lofty mountain range. They looked at the old man, who was surrounded by a group of people as he held a broad saber in his hand. A terrifying aura was faintly emitted from the saber. Buzz, 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 buzz. As soon as the old man channeled his energy into the saber in his hand began to vibrate violently. Saber rays continued to radiate from the saber as though it was indestructible. Good saber, good saber. At the same time, the old man laughed heartily as he held the saber in his hand. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the people whispering among themselves. Duan Lingtian learned from the people around him that the old man was in a treasure vault. This was an earth-rank treasure vault. The saber in the old man's hand was the celestial supreme treasure in this earth-rank treasure vault. Before the old man arrived, 2 6-tribulation bodiless celestials had fought to the death for this saber. However, when the old man arrived, he did not even bother to wait for the 2 6-tribulation bodiless celestials to injure each other. Instead, he killed the 2 6-tribulation bodiless celestials. He had revealed his strength as a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. A 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. When the people present on the scene realized the old man was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, they no longer dared to dream about obtaining the celestial supreme treasure. What a joke. The old man was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. Trying to snatch a celestial supreme treasure from a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial was like trying to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. If he doesn't manage to obtain the celestial supreme treasure, the saber would belong to you, Brother Ling Tian. Han Shuanai, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian's side, as she looked at the old man who was laughing. In her opinion, even if this old man was a 7th tribulation loose immortal, as long as he hadn't obtained an immortal supreme treasure, he was no match for her brother Ling Tian. After all, her brother Ling Tian had killed a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. His strength was comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, now that this 7-tribulation bodiless celestial had obtained a celestial supreme treasure, it meant his strength was comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial who did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. He was on par with her brother Ling Tian. At this time, it would be difficult for her big brother Ling Tian to snatch the immortal supreme treasure from him. Zhang Yi, who was standing on the other side of Duan Ling Tian, didn't say anything, but it wasn't hard to tell from his pitiful eyes. His current thoughts were the same as Han Shuanai's. Who's boasting shamelessly? This woman said that if the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial didn't obtain the celestial supreme treasure, the man beside her would be able to obtain it? Although Han Shuanai's voice was not loud, everyone present on the scene heard her clearly. Many people turned to look at Han Shuanai and Duan Lingtian in unison. This was because they could hear the voice of the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial. The big brother Ling Tian the woman spoke of was none other than this purple-clad young man. After the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial obtained the celestial supreme treasure, his strength is comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial who doesn't possess a celestial supreme treasure. Based on the woman's words, the purple-clad young man beside her is comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial? Is it possible that he's an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial? More and more people turned to look at Duan Lingtian curiously. They were curious if Duan Lingtian was an eight tribulation bodiless celestial. Although they were curious, none of them used their divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. After all, probing another person's cultivation base was considered presumptuous. In their opinion, this was not the case. If they probed the purple-clad young man with their divine consciousness, it would be fine if he was not an eight tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if he was an eight tribulation bodiless celestial, he might even kill them out of anger. For this reason, even though they were skeptical, they did not dare to confirm it themselves. Eight tribulation bodiless celestial? At this moment, the old man who obtained the celestial supreme treasure, a seven tribulation bodiless celestial, heard the commotion and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. "It's you." As soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, he could not help but cry out angrily. It was as though Duan Lingtian was his sworn enemy. As soon as the old man shouted, a vast amount of energy surged out of his body. A portion of his energy was channeled into the saber in his hand, causing it to radiate with terrifying saber rays. HM? The old man's actions were so loud that it instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Duan Lingtian and the other two. What's going on? This seven tribulation bodiless celestial knows the purple-clad young man? Based on his actions, it seems like he has a grudge with the purple-clad young man. This is interesting. At this time, the group of onlookers could also see the enmity the old man had towards the purple-clothed young man from his expression and behavior. Moreover, it seemed to be an extraordinary enmity. It was as though the purple-clad young man was his sworn enemy. "Brother Lingtian, do you know him?" Han Xuanai was stunned as well. She could also feel the rage coming from the old man. She could not help but ask Duan Lingtian. Although Zhang Yi did not ask, he could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. "I've never seen him before." However, Duan Lingtian shook his head. He was 100% sure of it. He was certain he had never seen the old man before, let alone become enemies with him. Could he be related to those people I killed before? Duan Lingtian could only think of this possibility. After all, since he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he had killed many people. The scene of some of them being killed must have been transmitted to the people behind them in the form of a mirror image through a method similar to the mirror image talisman. That's the only possibility. No matter how Duan Lingtian thought about it, he still felt this was the only possibility. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian sensed a powerful divine sense surging toward him. A powerful divine sense swept towards him without any concealment. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped him, giving him a feeling that he had nowhere to hide. "You're both eminent celestials like Rongbo from the Li Yin sect. Since you're able to kill him so easily, it means you're quite strong. In fact, your strength is comparable to an ordinary bodiless celestial. Unfortunately, you're unlucky to have encountered me." Under the watchful eyes of the others, the old man who was glaring at Duan Lingtian with rage in his eyes finally spoke. "Rongbo?" The people present on the scene were confused when they heard the old man's words. They had no idea what the old man was talking about. He's from the Li Yin sect from the Skyline Realm? At this moment, some of the people from the Skyline Realm were startled. Rongbo, Zhang Yi, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, narrowed his eyes when he heard the old man's words. A shocked expression could be seen on his face. As it turns out, he's from the Li Yin sect where Rongbo is from. No wonder he's so hostile toward Duan Lingtian. Since he recognized Duan Lingtian, it means he saw the mirror image of Duan Lingtian killing Rongbo. He knows Rongbo was killed by Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Zhang Yi finally understood why the old man was so hostile toward Duan Lingtian. Since the old man was a seven tribulation bodiless celestial from the Li Yin sect, it meant he had a high status in the sect. For this reason, the old man would not let the matter rest when Rongbo, the most outstanding disciple in the Li Yin sect, was killed by someone else. For this reason, it was only natural the old man was hostile toward Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, he's Rongbo's backer. Han Xuanai finally understood. Along the way, she had heard Zhang Yi mention how he and her brother Lingtian knew each other. During this time, Zhang Yi had also mentioned Rongbo. She had also heard about how Rongbo was killed by her brother Ling Tian. I see. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had guessed the old man had something to do with the person he had killed in the past. However, he did not expect the old man to be so bold. He did not expect the old man to be Rongbo's backer. An eminent celestial? Earlier, the seven tribulation bodiless celestial said the purple-clad young man is an eminent celestial? Impossible. If the purple-clad young man is an eminent celestial, why would the woman be so bold as to say the purple-clad young man is capable of killing a seven tribulation bodiless celestial? Maybe she's just bragging? That's possible. At the same time, everyone's attention shifted to the old man's words. Earlier, the old man had said Duan Ling Tian was only an eminent celestial. Bragging? Bragging? How dare she underestimate Brother Ling Tian? Upon hearing the words of the surrounding people, Han Xuanai was so angry that her face turned red. She couldn't help but retort loudly. She retorted, "It's not like my brother Ling Tian hasn't killed a seven tribulation bodiless celestial before. Previously, my brother Ling Tian killed a seven tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. Although my brother Ling Tian is only an eminent celestial, his strength is comparable to an eight tribulation bodiless celestial." Han Xuanai could not hold back her anger when she heard the people in the surroundings saying she was bragging and looked down on her brother Ling Tian. An eminent celestial killed a seven tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow? His strength is comparable to an eight tribulation bodiless celestial? However, when they heard Han Xuanai's words, many people found them familiar. She called the purple-clad young man Brother Ling Tian. Could it be that the purple-clad young man is Duan Ling Tian? Chapter 2455. Duan Ling Tian? Following an unknown cry, the entire place immediately fell into a deathly silence. Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, they were familiar with this name. Duan Ling Tian, an eminent celestial, killed a seven tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow outside a heaven-ranked treasure vault, left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. His strength is suspected to be comparable to an eight tribulation bodiless celestial. Most of the people present on the scene had heard about this before. Of course, there were even more people who thought that it was fake news. Don't tell me he's really Duan Ling Tian? Didn't you hear the girl next to him say he killed a seven tribulation bodiless celestial before? His strength is comparable to an eight tribulation bodiless celestial. That girl called him Brother Ling Tian. He must be Duan Ling Tian. Rumor has it that Duan Ling Tian once killed a seven tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. However, not many people believe this. The people in the surroundings whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Humph. The Duan Ling Tian you're talking about is my brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai scoffed when she heard these people's whispers. It's true that my brother Ling Tian once killed a seven tribulation bodiless celestial outside a heaven-ranked treasure vault, left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he killed the seven tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. Han Xuanai's voice became louder and louder when she finished speaking. He's really Duan Ling Tian? After Han Xuanai confirmed it, the people present on the scene also confirmed it. I didn't think I'd be able to meet the legendary Duan Ling Tian. I wonder if this Duan Ling Tian is really as strong as an eight tribulation bodiless celestial. We'll soon find out if he's as strong as an eight tribulation bodiless celestial. Don't you see that Lord seven tribulation bodiless celestial, who obtained a celestial supreme treasure, is glaring at him? There's going to be a good show. The onlookers shifted their gazes from Duan Ling Tian to the seven tribulation individual celestial from the Lian sect of the Skyline realm. So you're that legendary Duan Ling Tian. The seventh tribulation scattered celestial of the Lian sect, who was the old man, stared at Duan Ling Tian with contempt and said disdainfully, "Unfortunately, I don't believe in that rumor. I've seen you fight through the mirror image before. The strength you displayed when you killed Rongbo is only comparable to a 3 or 4 tribulation bodiless celestial at most." The disdain in the old man's eyes intensified when he reached the end of his sentence. Previously, He had seen the mirror image of their Li Yin sect's disciple, Rongbo, being killed by Duanling Tian. Although Duanling Tian had killed Rongbo in a completely one-sided manner, his strength was not as strong as the rumors made him out to be. For this reason, the old man did not think the rumor was true. The moment the old man's words left his mouth, even those who felt that the rumor was not baseless began to look at Duanling Tian skeptically. You have a good eye for people. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian glanced at the old man indifferently as he spoke unhurriedly. Duanling Tian, you killed Rongbo, a disciple from Li Yin's sect. Today, I'll avenge him and send you to hell to accompany him. The killing intent in the old man's eyes that he had temporarily suppressed surged out again. He was determined to kill Duanling Tian to avenge Rongbo. You want to avenge Rongbo? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. His tone was as indifferent as before. Then, you better think about it carefully. Don't lose your life before you can avenge him. That's not worth it. Duanling Tian's words were filled with confidence. Not only was he not afraid of the old man, but he even said he would pay with his life if the old man dared to seek revenge from him. How arrogant! How arrogant! The old man was instantly enraged, and his entire body began to tremble violently. Duanling Tian is still so calm at this moment? Don't tell me he's really confident he can kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possesses a celestial supreme treasure? What a joke! In the mundane realm, there are only 2 kinds of people who can kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. One is an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possesses a celestial supreme treasure, and the other is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's right. Duanling Tian is just an eminent celestial. It's impossible for him to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possesses a celestial supreme treasure. Although Duanling Tian was very confident, not many people in the crowd believed he was capable of killing the old man. Brother Ling Tian, Han Shuanai was stunned when she sensed Duanling Tian's confidence. In her opinion, Duanling Tian was very confident. In her opinion, Ling Tian's strength was, at most, comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. The old man in front of them was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. However, based on Ling Tian's words, it seemed like he was confident he could kill the old man. He's a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possesses a celestial supreme treasure. Where does Duanling Tian get his confidence from? Zhang Yi was confused as well. He and Han Shuanai trusted Duanling Tian. Therefore, they felt Duanling Tian was not bluffing. They believed Duanling Tian was capable of killing the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, they could not figure it out. Where did Duanling Tian get his confidence from? They more or less knew about Duanling Tian's background. Han Shuanai, in particular, knew a lot about Duanling Tian. Brother Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability can raise his strength by 2 levels. His celestial sword can raise his strength by 1 level. Moreover, the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword gives him the body and sword fusion technique that can raise his strength by 2 levels as well. Coupled with the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that can raise his strength by 1 level. His strength is only comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Han Shuanai shook her head. She could not figure out where Ling Tian's confidence came from. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Han Shuanai's mind. She seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes lit up. Duanling Tian. At this moment, the old man from the Skyline Realm's Li Yin sect shouted. His angry voice interrupted Han Shuanai's train of thought and caught Han Shuanai's attention. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he charged out like a hurricane. The celestial saber in his hand shone with a dazzling light as though it was capable of splitting heaven and earth apart. Buzz, 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 buzz. As the old man moved, the sound of saber humming rang in the air. It was so dense that it made one's scalp tingle. As the strongest bodiless celestial from the Li Yin sect in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the old man's strength was, naturally, extraordinary. He could be considered as one of the strongest 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Moreover, he had obtained a celestial supreme treasure, so it was as though he had the help of a god. Elementary devouring tactic. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, causing his strength to rise by 2 levels. At the same time, his eyes turned cold as he spat out 4 words. Submission of 10,000 soldiers. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the celestial sword that had appeared out of thin air turned into a sword ray that circled around his body. It emitted a sharp aura as it spun around him. At the same time, as the immortal swords transformed into sword gleams that circled around him rapidly, more and more sword gleams were produced. At first, there were 180 sword rays. Then, there were 1,800 sword rays. In the end, there were 10,000 sword rays. As soon as the sword rays finished transforming, they whistled in the air and appeared above Duan Lingtian's head. They formed a profound and complicated sword formation in an orderly manner. It was a shocking sight to behold. In just a blink of an eye, the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head was completely formed after Duan Lingtian took out the celestial sword. During this process, those with weaker cultivation bases did not even have time to react. The sword array that was formed in the blink of an eye attracted almost everyone's attention at this moment. This was because the first impression that the sword formation gave off was that it was gorgeous, incomparably gorgeous. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as almost everyone's attention was on the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head, a strange energy fluctuation spread out from the sword formation. It was as fast as lightning. One could vaguely see in the void, with the sword formation as the center, ripples spread rapidly to the surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, it covered a large area, including the old man who was charging at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the old man who was about to attack Duan Lingtian with his celestial saber suddenly discovered that Duan Lingtian's attack was too fast. The celestial saber in his hand suddenly started to vibrate strangely. What's going on? In the next moment, the old man's expression changed drastically. He realized that the celestial saber was vibrating more and more violently. It even started to reject the energy he was pouring into it. It was like a disobedient child. Chi, chi, chi. In the blink of an eye, numerous hideous and terrifying bloody marks had appeared on the old man's hand that held the immortal blade tightly, and it was dazzling and resplendent as blood dripped from it. No, if I don't let go, my hand will be crippled. After realizing this, the old man decisively let go of the immortal saber in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Chapter 2456. This, my sword, my saber. When the old man, the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Li Yin sect in the Skyline realm let go of the celestial saber in his hand, exclamations rang in the air, attracting the old man's attention. The old man saw it clearly. Among the surrounding people, those who did not store their weapons in their storage rings, carried weapons on their backs, or were holding weapons in their hands also had their weapons injured and fell out of their hands at this moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, whether it was the old man's celestial saber or the weapons of the people in the surroundings, all of them flew in the same direction at an exaggerated speed. It was the direction of the sword formation, formed by the 10,000 sword rays above Duan Lingtian's head. At this moment, the dazzling sword formation hovering above Duan Lingtian was like a terrifying magnet that attracted the weapons one by one. It shrouded them in the sword formation and forcefully cut off the connection between them and their owners. What kind of technique is this? Even the celestial supreme treasure in the hands of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial has been taken away by him. Isn't this too terrifying? Is he even human? When the people in the surroundings saw the weapons that were enveloped by the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head, they felt chills running down their spines. After all, one of the weapons was a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, It was a celestial supreme treasure in the hands of a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial. How? How's this possible? The old man, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian in a ferocious manner, immediately came to a halt when he saw this strange scene. When had he ever seen such a strange scene in his life? Submission of 10,000 soldiers. This is the submission of 10,000 soldiers. When Han Xuan'ai saw the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head, she could not help but feel her heart tremble in fear. She was shocked by the celestial saber and the sword formation. Brother Lingtian. He actually comprehended the 5th level of the Sovereign Heart Sword, which was created by Patriarch Feng Qingyang before he ascended. I've long heard that if you comprehend the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword created by Patriarch Feng Qingyang, you'll be able to master a technique called submission of 10,000 soldiers. Once you use it, even an ordinary celestial supreme treasure will have to submit to you. Just now, when Han Xuan'ai saw Duan Lingtian's confidence, she already had some guesses. However, it was just a guess. She had never thought that her big brother Lingtian had really comprehended the 5th level of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The heart and sword is one, and mastered the submission of 10,000 soldiers. What kind of technique is this? Zhang Yi could not help but stare at the scene in front of him with his mouth agape. Everything that had happened before his eyes was beyond his imagination. Initially, when he saw the 7-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Li Yin sect in the Skyline realm making a move with his celestial supreme treasure, he was not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. However, he thought Duan Lingtian would, at most, come to a draw with him. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so confident. He did not expect the 7-tribulation bodiless celestial to lose his celestial supreme treasure before they even started fighting. Duan Lingtian's technique seems to be more powerful than the body and sword as one technique he had used before. Although Zhang Yi did not know what technique Duan Lingtian had used, it did not affect his judgment. That's right. The rumor from before seemed to say that Duan Lingtian came from the Saint Province realm. Suddenly, an old woman wearing gray clothes and holding a walking stick couldn't help but ask the person beside her in a low voice.
Yes.
What? Is there something wrong? Did you think of something? At this time, the old woman suddenly said such a sentence, which immediately made people feel the different meaning contained in it. They faintly realized that the old woman's words contained different meanings. The old woman's question was most likely related to Duan Lingtian's shocking technique. There's a record in a letter passed down from generation to generation in my sect. Many people, including me, didn't think it was true. But now, it seems that it should be true. The old woman's expression was solemn as she spoke under everyone's watchful eyes. As more and more people turned to look at her, she continued to say, according to the records in the handwritten letter passed down by my sect, it's about the last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened. I'm sure many of you know who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the people in the surroundings. I know that. The person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was also from the Saint Province realm like Duan Lingtian. His name was Feng Qingyang, and he was a genius sword cultivator. Soon after, someone chimed in. That's right. That's him. I've heard of him as well. More and more people nodded in agreement. They more or less knew who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened. It was none other than Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm who obtained the inheritance. The record in the manual that was passed down from generation to generation stated that after Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he killed an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. The old woman glanced at the dazzling sword formation hovering above Duan Lingtian before she continued to say, the person who left the letter is an ancestor of my sect. He's a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. At that time, he happened to be present. He said Feng Qingyang had cast a powerful celestial method and snatched the celestial supreme treasure from the 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. Then, he used the celestial supreme treasure to kill the 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this point, the old woman's eyes couldn't help but light up. Whoosh! As soon as the old woman finished speaking, an uproar broke out among the crowd. This was because it had been 100,000 years since the last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened. Although there were more or less information about what had happened back then, it was not very detailed. For example, none of them had heard of what the old woman had just said. All they knew was that after Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, they knew nothing about how he killed the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian are both from the Saint Province realm. The old woman's eyes lit up as she looked at Duan Lingtian. The technique Duan Lingtian used is similar to the technique Feng Qingyang used in the past. For this reason, I suspect he's using the same technique as Feng Qingyang in the past. It's very likely that he's related to Feng Qingyang in the past. When the old woman reached the end of her sentence, she dropped a bombshell that shocked everyone present on the scene. "Senior, you're very observant." While everyone was still looking at Duan Lingtian skeptically, Duan Lingtian looked at the old woman in surprise. Then, he smiled and said, "The technique I'm using now is from Senior Feng Qingyang. To a certain extent, I can be considered as his successor." Duan Lingtian's words verified the old woman's words. As expected, after the old woman heard Duan Lingtian's words, she knew her guess was correct. Heavens! Duan Lingtian is Feng Qingyang's successor? This is unbelievable. The last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened, Feng Qingyang managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, this time, his successor has appeared. Why do I have a feeling the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was opened just for them? If it wasn't for the fact that the Beyond Heaven's secret zone is a legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial from a Devata realm, I would suspect that it was predetermined who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Everyone was shocked when they found out Duan Lingtian was Feng Qingyang's successor. Go! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in everyone's ears, causing them to regain their senses. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the sword formation above his head suddenly shone brightly. It was as though it had transformed into a dazzling sun. It was so dazzling that everyone could not help but squint their eyes when they saw it. At the same time, sword rays shot out of the sword formation toward the old man who was standing nearby. He was the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Li Yin sect in the Skyline realm. No, when the old man finally regained his senses, he was already shrouded by a dazzling light. The light was formed by sword rays, and one could vaguely see a saber ray mixed in with it. The saber ray was none other than his celestial saber. Swoosh! The old man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the destructive aura contained in the dazzling light. Boom! The power in his body surged, and he wanted to escape from this place at the first possible moment to avoid this devastating blow that was coming at him with devastating force. It's too late. However, Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice resonated in the air when the old man's expression changed drastically and his strength skyrocketed. At the same time, before the old man could make a move, the tens of thousands of sword rays and various weapons that shot out from the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head had already transformed into a vast ocean that drowned the old man. Boom, 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 boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the air. Wave after wave of vast shock waves swept out in all directions, along with the pressure of the air waves. Before the people in the surroundings could react, the shock waves slammed into them. In just a blink of an eye, some of the weaker cultivators were sent flying by the impact. Chapter 2457. What a powerful force! How terrifying! His strength is comparable to the full-powered attack of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? It seems like the rumor of Duan Lingtian killing a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow is true. The people who were sent flying or injured by the force had a lingering fear on their faces when they finally managed to regain their footing. When they looked at the purple-clad young man with the sword formation above his head again, they had a complicated expression on their faces. Their expressions became incomparably complicated. Waves of fear and alarm involuntarily appeared in their eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gentle breeze blew past, and the aftershock of the attack gradually dissipated. At the same time, the people present on the scene looked at the spot where the seven tribulation bodiless celestial from the Skyline Realms Li Yin sect stood. They discovered that the seven tribulation bodiless celestial was nowhere to be seen. In fact, not even a single trace was left behind. It was as though he was never there. A seven tribulation bodiless celestial. That's a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, almost everyone knew that the seven tribulation bodiless celestial was dead. The seven tribulation bodiless celestial from the Skyline Realms Li Yin sect was dead. He had died without leaving a trace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another series of whistling sounds resonated in the air. The weapons that were forcefully seized by the sword formation above Duan Ling Tian's head earlier had returned to the hands of their original owners one by one. Naturally, the celestial saber that had lost its owner was now in Duan Ling Tian's hands. As soon as the celestial saber appeared in his hand, the mysterious sword formation above Duan Ling Tian's head gradually faded away. At the same time, a celestial sword fell from the sky and landed in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Duan Ling Tian put the two celestial supreme treasures away. Then, he stood with his hands on his back as he looked ahead indifferently. Nobody knew what he was thinking about. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian only looked calm on the surface. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. I didn't know that the fifth level of the Sovereign Heart Sword, heart and sword is one, would grant me such a domineering technique. 10,000 soldiers submit. 10,000 soldiers submit? That's an immortal supreme treasure, yet I still managed to seize it. Although Duan Ling Tian already knew that the situation would be like this, when he saw it with his own eyes, he could not help but feel shocked. After all, this was the first time he had used the 10,000 soldiers submission technique that was given to him by the fifth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword ever since he successfully comprehended the fifth stage. It was also the first time he truly witnessed how terrifying the 10,000 soldiers submission technique was. Just now, he had used the sword formation to seize the weapons from all directions, and then used the sword formation as a medium to execute a thunderous strike. The power of that strike was even stronger than the man and sword as one. Although the power of his attack just now was not as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial's attack, it was still very powerful. However, that was only because he did not use the 13 green lotus swords. If he had used the 13 green lotus swords and fused the profundity of the 13 green lotus swords with it, the power of his attack would have risen to a whole new level. Even then, his attack was not something a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who had lost his celestial supreme treasure could withstand. For this reason, the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Li Yin sect in the Skyline realm, who was the person behind Rong Bo, the disciple from the Li Yin sect whom Duan Ling Tian had killed, was easily killed by Duan Ling Tian in just a single blow. Well, it's also because of luck. I didn't expect the incomplete legacy left behind by Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial, would be able to fill in the gaps in the last part of the Sovereign Heart Sword that I was comprehending. It allowed me to successfully comprehend the fifth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the heart and sword is one, in such a short time. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Previously, he had been in closed-door cultivation in the underground palace in the heaven-rank treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial, not because he wanted to comprehend the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. He wanted to comprehend the fifth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the heart and sword is one. Initially, Duan Ling Tian had no idea how to comprehend the fifth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the heart and sword is one. However, after he successfully passed the 9th trial in the heaven-rank treasure vault and obtained the incomplete legacy left behind by Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial, he discovered something unexpected. The incomplete legacy left behind by Li Bai might not be useful to ordinary sword cultivators. However, to Duan Ling Tian, it was undoubtedly a timely help. This was because the incomplete legacy left behind by Li Bai had filled in the gaps in the process of comprehending the fifth stage of the sovereign heart sword. The heart and sword is one. With this, Duan Lingtian was able to comprehend the fifth stage of the sovereign heart sword. The heart and sword is one in the shortest time possible. Apart from that, he was also able to master the technique given to him by the fifth stage of the sovereign heart sword. 10,000 soldiers submitting to him. I want that celestial saber. Do you have any objections? Duan Lingtian asked in an indifferent tone as he stood with his hands behind his back and swept his indifferent gaze across the crowd. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people present on the scene smiled wryly. Objections? At this moment, how could they dare to have any objections? They did not even think about snatching the celestial saber from the seven tribulation bodiless celestial from the Li Yin sect in the Skyline realm. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was able to kill the seven tribulation bodiless celestial earlier. No objections. Someone quickly replied to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he waved his hand and flattered Duan Lingtian. Only Lord Duan Lingtian is worthy of that celestial saber. Lord Duan Lingtian, it's only natural for you to obtain that celestial saber. Yes, it's only natural. Lord Duan Lingtian, you're the one who's most qualified to obtain that celestial supreme treasure. Soon after, a group of people chimed in and flattered Duan Lingtian. Xuanai, Zhang Yi, let's go. Duan Lingtian did not even spare them a glance. Instead, he turned to look at Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi and called out to them, let's go. Following that, Duan Lingtian and his two companions continued to move according to the directions on the feng shui compass. The crowd only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian and his two companions had disappeared from their sight. Duan Lingtian is too terrifying, right? A five tribulation bodiless celestial said fearfully, with his strength. I'm afraid we won't be able to kill him no matter how many of us there are. Of course, he's capable of killing a seven tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. Rumor has it that the seven tribulation bodiless celestial he killed didn't possess a celestial supreme treasure. However, the seven tribulation bodiless celestial he killed possessed a celestial supreme treasure. His strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who didn't possess a celestial supreme treasure. Even so, he still managed to kill such a powerful celestial supreme treasure. What kind of technique did he use? He actually managed to snatch a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial supreme treasure. How terrifying. I only know that it's the technique of Feng Qingyang, the genius sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the last opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, I'm certain it's a very powerful celestial method. Such a powerful immortal technique. I wonder where they got it from. Perhaps it's the celestial method Feng Qingyang obtained from the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? That's possible. The crowd discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they were even more fearful of Duan Lingtian. Do you think Duan Lingtian has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Someone asked. That's possible. Many people responded. Otherwise, how could his strength be so exaggerated? Only a few people remained silent. After all, most of them had obtained clues about the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial from the human rank treasure vault. For this reason, they were certain Duan Lingtian did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, if someone obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the clues they obtained, the feng shui compass, would be useless. However, the needle of the feng shui compass was still pointing them in the right direction. For this reason, they were certain that the feng shui compass was still there. They were certain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was still there. Approximately an hour later, the group of people present had all dispersed. After that, news of Duan Lingtian's actions spread like wildfire in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It would not take long before more than half of the people in the Beyond Heaven secret zone learned about what had happened today. Duan Lingtian killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Li Yin sect. Moreover, he killed the celestial supreme treasure that the Li Yin sect had just obtained. Somewhere in the beyond heaven's secret zone, an old man's expression changed drastically. Based on what I know, the Li Yin sect only sent a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial this time. Furthermore, that old man's strength was on par with mine. If I were to face him who had obtained a celestial supreme treasure, I'd definitely lose. Also, he attacked Duan Lingtian to avenge their Li Yin sect's disciple, Rongbo. I remember Fengman, a disciple from the Thousand Battle sect, was killed together with Rongbo from the Li Yin sect. Don't tell me, the purple-clad young man I saw in the mirror image is the rumored Duan Lingtian? This old man was none other than Fengman, who was killed by Duan Lingtian together with Rongbo. He was from the sect. He was also the strongest person from Fengman's sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. He was the first to learn about Fengman's death. Chapter 2458. Thank goodness I didn't meet Duan Lingtian before he did. Otherwise, I would have died instead of him. The 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Fengman's force who had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian together with Rongbo could not help but shudder when he found out the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yin sect was killed by Duan Lingtian. After all, he had steeled his heart to avenge Fengman earlier. If he had met Duan Lingtian before this, he would have attacked Duan Lingtian as well. It was precisely because of this that while he still had lingering fears, he was also so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Duan Lingtian killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yin sect where Rongbo was from. Moreover, that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial had obtained a celestial supreme treasure before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. However, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Lu Xia was shocked when she heard the news. Duan Lingtian had killed an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial outside the heaven-rank treasure vault. Now that she had learned about this, she was shocked. Even a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure, was killed by Duan Lingtian. 5 more months. I'll be able to sense the entrance and exit between the Beyond Heaven secret zone and the vast cloud realm in another 5 months. At that time, I must return to the vast cloud realm as soon as possible. Lu Xia knew this very well. She knew she might not encounter Duan Lingtian again even if she stayed in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, it was not as safe as returning to the vast cloud realm if she continued to stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After learning about Duan Lingtian again, and learning about how powerful Duan Lingtian was, Lu Xia hid in a remote valley for the next 5 months, not daring to go out at all. After 5 months, she finally sensed the entrance and exit between the Beyond Heaven secret zone and the vast cloud realm. It's time to return. After sensing the location of the entrance, Lu Xia did not hesitate and made a prompt decision to leave. Lu Xia was worried the longer she stayed in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the more dangerous it would be. For this reason, as soon as Lu Xia sensed the exit leading to vast cloud realm, she quickly made her way to the exit. He wanted to leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone as soon as possible. Although I didn't manage to obtain anything in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, it's still worth it to be able to broaden my horizons. On the way back, Lu Xia comforted herself. Almost there. When Lu Xia sensed that the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was getting closer and closer to vast cloud realm, she couldn't help but feel excited. We're here. When Lu Xia saw the black hole floating behind the clouds in the distance, her eyes could not help but light up. At the same time, she moved like a bolt of lightning and rushed toward the black hole. Just as Lu Xia's figure flashed and was about to enter the black hole, she was only inches away from it. Humph! A cold snort suddenly sounded in Lu Xia's ears like a clap of thunder. Lu Xia was so shocked that her expression changed greatly. Her strength rose again, and she wanted to rush into the black hole at an even faster speed. However, just as Lu Xia's energy surged and she was about to speed up, boom! A huge sound rang out. It was a huge palm print completely formed by power that fell towards Lu Xia. The gigantic palm whistled as it approached Lu Xia in just a blink of an eye. However, it did not land directly on Lu Xia's body. Instead, when it got close to Lu Xia, it clawed at Lu Xia and bound her entire body. The bound Lu Xia's power was instantly crushed and suppressed. Following that, she could no longer mobilize the energy in her body. This was because the energy from the gigantic palm had invaded her body and completely restrained her energy. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xia's face turned deathly pale. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more and I'll be able to go back. Lu Xia muttered to herself as she looked at the black hole in front of her. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Just a little bit more and you'll be able to go back? Almost as soon as Lu Xia finished speaking, a mocking voice sounded from afar. Lu Xia, aren't you too naive? Even if you've returned to vast cloud realm, can't we chase after you? A beautiful figure appeared as soon as the voice rang in the air. She was a beautiful young woman. Lu Xia was already quite pretty, but in front of her, she was completely overshadowed, like an ugly duckling. Lu Xia's heart trembled when she heard the young woman's words. She realized how naive she was. Indeed. So what if she had passed through the black hole and returned to vast cloud realm? There was no specific place to stay after passing through the black hole from vast cloud realm to the beyond heaven secret zone. However, if she returned to vast cloud realm from the beyond heaven secret zone, she would appear at the entrance to the beyond heaven secret zone in vast cloud realm. If someone followed her back to vast cloud realm, it would be difficult for her to shake them off. Xuanai. A bitter and awkward smile appeared on Lu Xia's face when she saw the beautiful young woman in front of her. The woman who appeared before Lu Xia was none other than Han Xuanai. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Han Xuanai appeared, another two figures appeared. They were two young men. Duan Lingtian, Zhang Yi. The bitter and awkward smile on Lu Xia's face widened when she saw the two young men. However, she was not surprised by their appearance. In fact, when she heard the cold snort, she knew it was almost impossible for her to return to vast cloud realm. This was because she could tell it was Duan Lingtian's voice. It was Duan Lingtian's voice. Lu Xia, do you have anything to say? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he stared at Lu Xia coldly. His tone was emotionless, and no one could tell if he was happy or angry. I have nothing to say. Lu Xia sighed. An expression of despair appeared on her face. Although Duan Lingtian was expressionless, she could see the killing intent in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. She knew that her actions earlier had already aroused Duan Lingtian's killing intent towards her. Lu Xia, you were the one who insisted on leaving. We trusted you, so we didn't guard against you and allowed you to leave. Who would have thought that after you left, you would spread the news and try to get us killed? Han Xuanai glared at Lu Xia angrily with a murderous look in her eyes. Lu Xia, you've crossed the line. You brought this upon yourself. You can't live. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Xia with disappointment in his eyes. He had known Lu Xia for a long time before Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. He had always thought Lu Xia was a good person. He did not expect Lu Xia would betray them. He was very disappointed. Since you have nothing to say, I'll give you a quick death. Duan Lingtian continued to speak indifferently. His face was expressionless, and his tone was still emotionless. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The hand that was holding Lu Xia suddenly jerked and pulled back. At the same time as the giant hand was pulled back, the power that had turned into the giant hand suddenly exploded. It turned into a mushroom cloud and gave rise to waves of boundless shock waves that swept out in all directions. When the mushroom cloud completely dissipated, Lu Xia was nowhere to be seen. She had died in the explosion of energy. Let's go. After killing Lu Xia, Duan Lingtian and the other two left the area. They had come here to try their luck. They wanted to see if Lu Xia would walk right into their trap. Naturally, the reason they were able to find this place was because they had encountered a bodiless celestial from vast cloud realm when they sensed the entrance to the beyond heaven secret zone in their respective mundane realms. The bodiless celestial had led them here and waited for them to show up. We'll wait for 3 days. If Lu Xia doesn't show up in 3 days, we'll leave. After the bodiless celestial from the vast cloud realm left, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. At that time, although he felt Lu Xia might appear here, he was not 100% certain. For this reason, he decided to wait for 3 days. If Lu Xia did not show up in 3 days, he would not waste any more time here. However, he did not expect Lu Xia would show up. After waiting for half a day, Lu Xia showed up. For this reason, he decided to wait for Lu Xia. Lu Xia was not aware of this. Otherwise, she would not be able to rest in peace even if she died. It had been 3 years since the opening of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. At this time, the people from the various mundane realms who had entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone could clearly sense the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Some people who had obtained celestial supreme treasures had left the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone to avoid unnecessary risks. These people were, without a doubt, very smart. There were also some who did not leave the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone immediately after obtaining celestial supreme treasures. As a result, they died at the hands of experts stronger than them. Even the celestial supreme treasures in their possession changed owners. Similar things were happening everywhere in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. As time passed, more and more people followed the clues provided by the human rank and heaven rank treasure vaults to get closer to the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, there was a thick fog. In the past 3 years, many people had mistakenly entered this place and ended up getting lost. They had been wandering in and out of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone for a long time. It was only when they sensed the entrance to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone in the mundane realm that they managed to escape. Apart from that, they also managed to leave the place that was shrouded in fog. Chapter 2459. After the group of people who had been lost for a long time fled for their lives, swoosh, 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 like meteors streaking across the night sky, numerous swift silhouettes swept over from afar. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the periphery of the foggy land. One by one, they stopped in succession. As these people came to a stop, their figures and appearances were revealed one by one. They were 4 young men and 2 young women. It's inside. A burly young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes stared at the foggy area with bright eyes. This place seems a little unusual. It doesn't seem like a human-rank treasure vault. Another handsome and delicate young man followed suit. His words were quickly approved by the last 2 young men. Indeed, it's different from the human-rank treasure vaults we've encountered before. Not only is it different from the human-rank treasure vaults we've encountered before, but it's highly likely that this place is a heaven-rank treasure vault that we haven't encountered before. As soon as the 2 young men finished speaking, the eyes of the other 2 young men and 1 young woman lit up immediately. A heaven-rank treasure vault. Not only did it contain celestial supreme treasures, but it might even contain celestial methods and divine abilities from the Devata realms. The last young woman was the only one who remained calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though she would not change her expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. This young woman had a peerless appearance that another young woman could never hope to reach. But on this peerless appearance, there was a cold aura, as if she was covered in a layer of frost, repelling people thousands of miles away. She was dressed in a snow-white robe. She looked like a cold celestial maiden who had descended from the 9 heavens. Let's go in and have a look. As one of the young men spoke first and immediately moved, the other 3 young men and the young woman also followed. They hid in the fog and completely disappeared. Only the cold and elegant woman in a snow-white robe remained where she was, not moving at all. She raised her hand slightly, and a feng shui compass appeared in her hand. The needle on the feng shui compass was pointing at the foggy area in front of her. It was the place where the 4 young men and the young woman had entered earlier. Is this the place? It was rare for the cold and elegant woman to open her mouth. Although her voice was cold, it was pleasant to listen to, like an orchid in an empty valley. Fortunately, the 5 companions of the woman didn't see her take out the compass, otherwise, they would definitely be extremely surprised. This was because they did not know the woman had an independent clue about the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Furthermore, this clue also pointed to the foggy land before them. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the clues that led to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial did not match up. If two separate clues lead to the same place, it also means that place was the place where the inheritance of the golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven was located. Just as the cold and elegant woman was about to move and hide in the dense fog in front of her, she seemed to have sensed something. She faintly knitted her pair of beautiful eyebrows, after which she turned her body slightly and looked towards the south. At first, that place was completely calm, no clues visible. A moment later, whoosh! A sword howl that seemed to resound throughout the heavens and earth swept over from afar, its momentum like a rainbow. A sword cultivator? The cold and elegant woman raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly when she heard the sound. After a while, a small black dot appeared in her field of vision. As soon as the small black dot appeared, it began to grow at an exaggerated speed. After the small black dot grew larger, it transformed into a huge sword ray. When the cold and elegant woman got closer, she could clearly see that there was a figure in the sword ray. Within the sword light, there was a figure. It was a young man with a grave and stern face. The young man was dressed in a blood-red robe. Even from afar, she could clearly smell the stench of blood on his body. A devil Dao sword cultivator? The cold and elegant woman frowned slightly when she smelled the pungent stench of blood. She could clearly see the young man's blood-red eyes and the rising murderous aura from his body. He did not look like a human at all. Instead, he looked like a killing machine. Whoosh! A gust of wind seemed to blow past. The blood-eyed young man, who had a blood-colored sword glow on his body, arrived near the cold and elegant woman in the blink of an eye. He stopped a short distance away from the cold and elegant woman and stared at her expressionlessly. It seems like he followed the clues here. At this moment, the cold and elegant woman's eyes shifted to the feng shui compass in the blood-red young man's hand. The needle on the feng shui compass was pointing in the direction of the foggy area. It was also the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. The blood-red young man stared at the cold and elegant woman. The cold and elegant woman stared back at him without any fear. Whoosh! 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 Blood chi soared from the young man's body. He was like a blood sword that soared into the sky, constantly emitting a sharp sword light and emitting a series of sword whistles. Whoosh! 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 A holy sword ray rose from the cold and elegant woman's body. It was like a pillar that supported the heavens. In terms of power, the sword ray that rose from the cold and elegant woman's body was in no way inferior to the blood-red young man. Perhaps the blood-red young man sensed the cold and elegant woman was not to be trifled with, so he withdrew his gaze without warning. Then, under the cold and elegant woman's gaze, he flew into the foggy area. Whoosh! Upon seeing this, the cold and elegant woman followed suit. Naturally, even if the blood-red young man did not enter the foggy area first, she would still enter the foggy area. After all, the foggy area was also her destination. The location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I hope the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial this time is similar to the last time. It's left behind by a sword celestial. The cold and elegant woman could not help but think to herself as she stepped into the foggy area. As a sword cultivator, it was only natural that she hoped the person who left behind the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was a sword celestial. In that case, as long as she could obtain the inheritance, her strength would also increase by leaps and bounds. Duan Lingtian was still on his way to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Otherwise, if he had bumped into the blood-red young man, he would have discovered him immediately. The blood-red young man was none other than his good friend, Su Li, whom he had not seen for many years. After Su Li and the cold and elegant woman entered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the foggy area remained quiet for almost half a month. However, no one came after half a month. As for Su Li and the others who entered the place, they did not come out. It was as though they had disappeared without a trace. Half a month later, two uninvited guests finally appeared in the foggy area of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Whoosh, whoosh. It was as though two gusts of wind had blown past. Two graceful figures appeared in the void at the right time. Surprisingly, they were two women who looked exactly the same. Their figures were graceful, and they had peerless appearances. It was obvious they were twins. Although the two sisters looked the same and their figures were exactly the same, their temperaments were completely different. One was like a fiery red rose, and the other was like an elegant snow lotus. Kerr. This place seems different from the human rank and heaven rank treasure vaults we've been to before. The rose-like woman said to the other woman next to her as she looked at the foggy area in front of her. Sister. The other woman, who looked like a snow lotus, said with a serious expression, "If I'm not wrong, this should be the last stop of our trip." Based on the way they addressed each other, it was clear they were Kerr and Ganru Yin. Ever since Kerr had found Ganru Yin and met up with Ganru Yin, the two sisters had been searching for clues along the way to the location of the great overarching golden celestial. Along the way, they had come across a heaven-ranked treasure vault. Last stop? Ganru Yin was stunned when she heard Kerr's words. Then, her eyes lit up as though she had recalled something. Kerr, do you mean this place is the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial?
Yes.
Kerr nodded. Are you sure? Ganru Yin asked excitedly. I'm 90% sure, Kerr replied. She did not give a definite answer. Since you said you're 90% sure, it seems like this is the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, Ganru Yin said matter-of-factly. She knew her younger sister very well. She was very cautious. Since she had said she was 90% sure, this place must be the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. We'll have to go in and take a look, Kerr said. Soon after, the two sisters also disappeared into the fog. After Kerr and Ganru Yin entered the fog, many people with compasses arrived one after another and entered the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. During this time, Feng Tianwu and Mu Yi from the Seven Absolutes sect also entered the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. In the end, many bodiless celestials arrived and waited outside. In the beginning, there were not many bodiless celestials. However, more and more bodiless celestials gathered outside the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Soon enough, they were certain this was the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I wonder which mundane realm will be able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Chapter 2460. It doesn't matter which mundane realm obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It's impossible for us to obtain it. A bodiless celestial sighed. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was similar to heaven-ranked treasure vaults and human-ranked treasure vaults. Only those who were not bodiless celestials could enter and obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, although there were many bodiless celestials outside the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, they could only look on helplessly. I think Duan Lingtian, the eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm, will obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. A middle-aged bodiless celestial said confidently. His voice was not soft to begin with, and there were not many people talking at this time. Therefore, his words clearly entered the ears of all the individual immortals outside the inheritance ground of a great overarching golden immortal, attracting their attention. Duan Lingtian? The rumored eminent celestial who killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Moreover, one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials was killed after he obtained a celestial supreme treasure? Duan Lingtian, who cast a celestial technique to forcefully snatch other people's celestial supreme treasures? That 7 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed by him after he obtained his celestial supreme treasure? Many bodiless celestials present on the scene had heard about Duan Lingtian. However, they did not really believe these rumors. They felt that they were exaggerated. How could a mere eminent celestial be so strong without obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Even Feng Qingyang, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, was only as strong as a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial before he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. That's him. The middle-aged bodiless celestial nodded. Humph. Many bodiless celestials scoffed when they heard the middle-aged bodiless celestial's words. Then, they said mockingly, I don't care if you believe the rumors or not. I don't believe it either. It's impossible for a mere eminent celestial to possess such strength before obtaining the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. I also don't think he can be that strong. More and more bodiless celestials did not believe that Duan Lingtian had the strength to kill a 7th tribulation bodiless celestial, not to mention killing a 7th tribulation loose celestial, who possessed an immortal supreme treasure. Everyone, the middle-aged bodiless celestial said anxiously, I've only heard about Duan Lingtian killing a 7th tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. I didn't see it with my own eyes. However, I was there when he killed the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial who had obtained a celestial supreme treasure. He did use an unfathomable celestial method to snatch the celestial supreme treasure that the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial had just obtained. Then, he displayed the strength of an 8th tribulation bodiless celestial and killed the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial. After saying this, the middle-aged loose immortal's face turns red. After all, he was one of the witnesses. Naturally, he became anxious when he was suspected. I was there as well. Soon after, another bodiless celestial stepped forward and said, what he said is true. Duan Lingtian is indeed capable of snatching other people's celestial supreme treasures. However, not only did he use the celestial method to snatch the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial's celestial supreme treasure, but he also snatched the sword I carried on my back. Since then, I no longer dare to carry my sword on my back. A hint of fear could be seen on the bodiless celestial's face as he spoke. Previously, Duan Lingtian had snatched the weapons of a group of people, including the sword he carried on his back. Since then, the bodiless celestial had been traumatized and no longer dared to carry his sword on his back. Could it be true? It's fine if it's only one person, but why are both of them saying the same thing? Moreover, from the looks of it, it doesn't seem like they're lying. Many bodiless celestials began to doubt that Duan Lingtian had killed a 7th tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. They no longer thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be so strong. I wasn't there when Duan Lingtian killed the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure, another bodiless celestial said. However, I was there when Duan Lingtian killed the 7th tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Unfortunately, the lightning penalty oath is invalid in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Otherwise, I would have sworn on the lightning penalty oath to prove that I'm telling the truth. However, even so, I'm still willing to swear on my honor. Everything I've said is true. There's absolutely no falsehood in my words. The bodiless celestial's expression was solemn when he spoke. He did not feel guilty at all even when he was faced with the gazes of the bodiless celestials. This caused the bodiless celestials present on the scene to be even more skeptical. Is it possible that Duan Lingtian is really that strong? If he's really that strong, who would be a match for him in the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Who would be able to defeat him? That's right. If the rumors are true, he's capable of killing a 7th tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. With his strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to kill everyone in the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. As the bodiless celestials discussed among themselves, they looked at the foggy area in front of them. Most of them were of the same opinion. If Duan Lingtian was really that strong, and Duan Lingtian was also in the inheritance, they were certain no one would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. However, these bodiless celestials were unaware of this. Although a large number of people who were not bodiless celestials had already entered the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, Duan Lingtian had yet to enter the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Currently, Duan Lingtian was facing his first problem since he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Moreover, it was a huge problem. I thought it's a good thing to come across a heaven-rank treasure vault. I didn't expect to encounter a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he leaned against the entrance of a heaven-rank treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. His expression was unsightly as he muttered to himself. Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, who were standing next to Duan Ling Tian, had a grave expression on their faces as well. Big brother Ling Tian. Is it really impossible to find him and kill him as soon as possible? He's only a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. If you kill him with all your might, he won't be able to use a soul attack on you, right? Han Xuanai asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Xuanai, I've told you before that he's very cunning. Moreover, the entrance of the underground palace is located in a forest. For this reason, it's difficult to locate him. Moreover, he's good at concealing his aura and manipulating puppets to disguise themselves as him to confuse me. For this reason, if I'm not confident I can locate his true body, I won't dare to make a move. If I attack his puppets instead of his true body, his soul attack will have a chance to hit me as well. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. He felt extremely frustrated. With his current strength, although he was not confident he could defeat a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was confident he could fight a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial to a draw. For this reason, even if the person guarding the underground palace was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he would not have to hide in the underground palace. I've been trapped here for 2 months by a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt extremely aggrieved. However, there was nothing he could do. Although his opponent was only a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, he had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique and could use soul attacks as he wished. If that was all there was to it, it would be fine. He could completely obliterate the other party before the other party could make a move, preventing the other party from using a soul attack on him. That way, the other party wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. However, there was a problem. Not only did his opponent have the geographical advantage, but he also knew how to manipulate puppets to disguise themselves as his true body. For this reason, he did not dare to make a move recklessly. It would be fine if he won. However, if he lost, he would definitely die. Duan Lingtian. A voice rang from outside the underground palace. It was impossible to tell where it came from. Don't tell me you plan to hide here until the Beyond Heaven secret zone opens? You have to think carefully. If you don't get out by then, you and the people around you will also be trapped here. That's not a good thing. The voice belonged to the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Humph. In the underground palace, Duan Lingtian ignored the voice. However, Han Xuanai scoffed and said, "So what if the Beyond Heaven secret zone closes? Don't tell me you're still going to be trapped here with us at that time? If you're so capable, don't leave. If you leave, we won't be trapped here forever." Han Xuanai said. As soon as Han Xuanai finished speaking, the voice fell silent again. After a while, the voice spoke again. "Little girl, I have to admit that you're very smart. However, are you going to give up on the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? With Duan Lingtian's strength, it's almost certain that he'll obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Is it really necessary for you to give up on the opportunity to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial for a celestial supreme treasure?" Towards the end, there was a hint of persuasion in the other party's tone. Chapter 2461. Do you really only want a celestial supreme treasure? Han Xuanai, who was hiding in the underground palace, asked in a deep voice after hearing the conversation outside. Of course. At this moment, the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, said. Once again, the sound seemed to come from all directions and spread into the underground palace. Brother Ling Tian. Han Shu and I looked at Duan Ling Tian. In her opinion, Duan Ling Tian was worried. It was worth it to give up a celestial supreme treasure in exchange for that person's safety. Xuanai, do you trust him? Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he saw Han Shu and I looking at him. Brother Ling Tian, we don't have any other choice. Unless we give up the opportunity to enter the inheritance from a great, overarching golden celestial. It's fine for Zhang Yi and me since it won't affect you much. However, you might lose the opportunity to enter the inheritance from a great, overarching golden celestial. Han Shu and I said with a wry smile on her face. Since one could not swear on the lightning penalty oath in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Han Shu and I was not certain if the four-tribulation bodiless celestial was lying to her or not. However, she thought to herself, Brother Duan Ling Tian, apart from giving the four-tribulation bodiless celestial, who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique a celestial supreme treasure, they had no other choice? Forget it. Since you think he's trustworthy, I'll give him a celestial supreme treasure. I'd like to see if he dares to come out and retrieve a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he saw Han Shu and I's expectant gaze. In the end, he took out a celestial supreme treasure and tossed it out of the underground palace. Swoosh! The celestial supreme treasure that Duan Ling Tian tossed out was a celestial saber. It was the celestial saber he had snatched from a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian tossed the celestial saber out of the underground palace. It did not take much effort for the celestial saber to land in a bush nearby. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian tossed the celestial saber as though it was trash. Humph! The four-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique scoffed when the celestial saber landed on the ground. Do you think I'll fall for your tricks? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You placed the immortal supreme treasure there because you want to bet that I will personally go and retrieve it. Unfortunately, you're destined to be disappointed. I can just let the puppet under my control go and retrieve the immortal supreme treasure. Almost as soon as the four-tribulation bodiless celestial finished speaking, a figure dashed out of the forest at high speed. In just a blink of an eye, the figure arrived near the celestial saber that was stuck in the ground. Duan Ling Tian, if you dare to destroy my puppet, I won't let you leave even if you hand over all your celestial supreme treasures. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial did not forget to threaten Duan Ling Tian. I'm not interested in destroying your puppet. As soon as the four-tribulation bodiless celestials finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian, who was hiding in the underground palace, said indifferently, You're right. The puppet grabbed the celestial saber and pulled it out of the ground. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in the air again. However, just because I'm not interested doesn't mean others aren't interested as well. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, boom, a vast and majestic energy swept in from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the puppet that had just pulled the celestial saber out of the ground was annihilated. Only the celestial saber that was in the puppet's hand was left unscathed as it fell from the sky. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. When the celestial saber was about to fall to the ground, an old figure appeared and caught it. I'm quite lucky to be able to obtain a celestial supreme treasure here. The old man who had just appeared looked at the celestial saber in his hand and laughed heartily. It seems like my trip to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was not in vain. Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the four-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment asked in a low voice when he saw Duan Ling Tian had no intention of making a move on the old man. He asked in a low voice, He took your celestial supreme treasure. Why didn't you kill him? A hint of anxiety could be heard in the four-tribulation bodiless celestial's voice. Humph! As soon as the four-tribulation bodiless celestial finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian scoffed coldly. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I attack him, won't you take the opportunity to lock onto me and use a soul attack on me? You! The four-tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark almost threw up blood when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Although Duan Ling Tian's words were exactly what he had in mind, he was not surprised. However, he was dismayed that Duan Lingtian had seen through him so easily. This is bad. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark felt a surge of divine consciousness sweeping toward him. In just a blink of an eye, the divine consciousness had shrouded a large area, including him. He felt as though he had nowhere to hide. A four-tribulation bodiless celestial. The divine consciousness came from the old man who had just put the celestial saber away. He was a four-tribulation bodiless celestial like him. You can't kill me. The four-tribulation loose celestial, who was hiding in the dark, could clearly sense the old man's killing intent. He was completely anxious and said anxiously, if you kill me, Duan Lingtian, who's hiding in the underground palace, will definitely kill you and take the celestial supreme treasure away from you. For this reason, I advise you to leave with the celestial supreme treasure while I'm still able to intimidate Duan Lingtian. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial was afraid the old man would attack him. The old man's cultivation base was similar to his. However, since the old man had a celestial supreme treasure, the four-tribulation bodiless celestial knew he was no match for the old man. Duan Lingtian? The eminent celestial who killed 2 seven-tribulation bodiless celestials? The old man asked in a deep voice when he heard the four-tribulation bodiless celestial's words. That's him. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial replied immediately. Ha ha ha! The old man burst out laughing when he heard the four-tribulation bodiless celestial's words. Why are you laughing? The four-tribulation bodiless celestial said impatiently. He did not know why the old man was laughing. I'm laughing at your naivety. The old man said mockingly, if Duan Lingtian is here, how can a mere four-tribulation bodiless celestial like you threaten him? You must be dreaming. Of course, I can threaten him. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark was infuriated when he saw the old man doubting him. No matter how strong Duan Lingtian is, he's only an eminent celestial. His soul defense is weak. Although I'm only a four-tribulation bodiless celestial like you, I've cultivated the soul congregation embodiment, so I can cast soul attacks. Unless Duan Lingtian can attack me before I can use my soul attack on him, otherwise, even if he manages to injure me or kill me, he'll still die. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial's tone was filled with confidence. Is that so? Just as he finished speaking, he heard a voice that made him feel as if his insides were about to explode. He was so shocked that his expression changed drastically. At this moment, he realized something was amiss. When his attention was diverted to the old man, his divine consciousness unconsciously left the entrance of the underground palace. It's over. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial thought to himself. Swoosh! The sword light flashed across the sky and pierced through the glabella of the four-tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding in the dark, killing him. The four-tribulation bodiless celestial's eyes were wide open when he died. If his attention had not been completely attracted by the old man who was also a four-tribulation scattered celestial, he would not have been able to take advantage of the situation. Whoosh! When the four-tribulation bodiless celestial was killed, a purple figure appeared nearby. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he watched the four-tribulation bodiless celestial's body disappear. The owner of the purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just killed the four-tribulation bodiless celestial. At the same time, Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, who were still in the underground palace, were completely stunned. Everything that had occurred earlier had occurred in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point they were even unable to react. By the time they reacted, everything was over. Master. At this moment, Zhang Yi was shocked to find out that there was no one around. The old man, who had just taken the immortal saber and attracted the attention of the four-tribulation loose celestial hiding in the dark, gave Duan Lingtian an opportunity to kill the four-tribulation loose celestial, bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian. It was to the extent that he even addressed Duan Lingtian as master. On the other hand, Han Xuanai, who was standing next to Zhang Yi, was not surprised at all. This was because she had recognized the old man as soon as he had appeared. The old man was none other than Chen Yiru, the four-tribulation bodiless celestial who was always by Lingtian's side. Why is he here? Han Xuanai was perplexed. Even after leaving the underground palace and arriving at Duan Lingtian's side, she was still confused. Big brother Lingtian this. What's going on? Han Xuanai asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Let's talk as we walk. A hint of anxiety flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he looked at the feng shui compass in his hand. Chapter 2462. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not forget to bring Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi with him. After all, if he let Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi travel on their own, they would definitely slow him down. Swoosh. When Chen Yiru saw Duan Lingtian leaving with Han Xuanai, he quickly followed after them. It did not take long before he arrived next to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had intentionally slowed down to wait for Chen Yiru. Otherwise, if he had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Chen Yiru would not have been able to catch up to him. To be honest, I didn't expect Sandao to appear. When Duan Lingtian saw the confusion in Han Xuanai's eyes, he explained as they traveled. Although Sandao has the detection jade token that I gave him, he has to stay a certain distance away from me if he wants to know where I am after I crush the detection jade token. Otherwise, even if I crush more corresponding jade slips, he wouldn't be able to sense my location, let alone confirm my location. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment when he spoke. Then, does this mean he only appeared because you crushed the sensing jade token, brother Lingtian? Han Xuanai asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, during this period of time, I've crushed many sensing jade tokens, but I wasn't able to contact Sandao. It was only when you asked me to give him a celestial supreme treasure that he managed to contact me. Then, I asked Sandao to put on a show with me. A sneer appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian had been extremely depressed during this period of time. Currently, he was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, he was forced to hide in the heaven-ranked treasure vault by a mere 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Under such circumstances, how could he not feel aggrieved and depressed? If Master didn't ask me to leave that guy to him, I would have killed him with my saber. Chen Yiru looked at the celestial saber in his hand as he followed Duan Lingtian. His eyes flashed with a hint of infatuation. His forte was the saber, after all. With this celestial saber, he was confident he could kill his opponent even if he was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial like him. Master. Chen Yiru looked at the celestial saber in his hand reluctantly before he handed it over to Duan Lingtian. After all, this was his master's celestial supreme treasure. Take it. Duan Lingtian did not take the celestial saber from Chen Yiru. I have a few celestial supreme treasures, so I gave this celestial saber to you. After all, you're a saber cultivator. If you can obtain a celestial saber, it'll be much easier for you to improve your strength. With your strength and this celestial saber, I'm afraid not many 5-tribulation bodiless celestials are a match for you. Duan Lingtian smiled. He knew Chen Yiru's strength very well. Master, this is too precious. Chen Yiru was excited when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he knew he should not accept such a precious item. This was a celestial supreme treasure, not a weapon from the mundane realms. I told you to keep it, so just keep it. When did you start spouting so much nonsense? Duan Lingtian said with a frown on his face. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's displeasure, Chen Yiru no longer dared to refuse. He thanked Duan Lingtian respectfully and gratefully. In his heart, other than being touched, there was nothing else. After all, he was only a servant to his master. The fact that his master was willing to give him a celestial supreme treasure was enough to show how important he was to his master. His master treated him as though he was one of his own and not a servant who could be ordered around. I see. At this moment, Han Xuanai also came to a realization. As it turned out, everything Chen Yiru had done in front of the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, including his words, was just an act. Chen Yiru had only put on an act because Duan Lingtian had asked Chen Yiru to leave the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial alive to him. He wanted to kill the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial himself. Han Xuanai could understand why Chen Yiru had done this. She knew how frustrated and angry Chunny Ru must be. After all, Ling Tian's strength was comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he had the ability to snatch other people's celestial supreme treasures. Therefore, he was not afraid of ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. However, Chunny Ru had been humiliated by a mere 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. If she was Ling Tian, she would have been furious as well. She would have wanted to kill the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. We're really lucky. If it wasn't for Senior Chun, I'm afraid we'd still be trapped in the heaven-rank treasure vault. Zhang Yi rejoiced. Before Chunny Ru had appeared, the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial had promised to let them go if they managed to obtain a celestial supreme treasure. However, he did not believe the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial at all. If he was in the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial's shoes, he would not miss the opportunity to obtain a few celestial supreme treasures. Perhaps he would have acted like the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial and said he only wanted 1 celestial supreme treasure. However, after he obtained the celestial supreme treasure, he would have pretended to leave and hid in a corner. When they thought that he had left and came out of the underground palace, he would then kill them with lightning speed and seize all the immortal supreme treasures on them. Since you're my master's friend, please don't call me Senior. You can just call me Sandao like my master. Although Chunny Ru did not know Zhang Yi, he could tell he was a friend of Chen Yi's friend. Zhang Yi was a friend of his master. Even if Chunny Ru was just an ordinary person, he did not dare to neglect his master's friend. This is Zhang Yi. At this moment, Duan Lingtian introduced Zhang Yi to Chunny Ru before he said, Zhang Yi, this is Chunny Ru. He's my servant. Although he's a servant, I don't treat him as an outsider. All right. Zhang Yi nodded. Then, he looked at Chunny Ru and said with a smile, Senior Chun, it's fine if we don't talk about each other. You're a veteran in both age and cultivation. It's only right that I call you Senior. But, although Chunny Ru was touched by Zhang Yi's words, he could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. He was afraid his master would be displeased by this. Zhang Yi isn't someone who cares about etiquette. Let's do as he said. Duan Lingtian said indifferently when he saw Chunny Ru looking at him.
Yes.
Chunny Ru replied respectfully. He was even more touched by Duan Lingtian's words. After all, his master was showing him respect and protecting his dignity by doing this. We've been trapped in that place for so long. I wonder if the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial has already appeared? Duan Lingtian grew more and more anxious as they continued on their journey. Ever since he found out about the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone and learned that Senior Feng Qingyang's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial because he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he was filled with anticipation for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He was even more eager to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. With my current strength, if I can obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, my strength will definitely improve. At that time, even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial won't be a match for me. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. If I possess such strength, I'll be able to kill the strongest powerhouse from the dragons, devils, and even the strongest powerhouse from the 2 clans with just a swing of my sword when I return to the Saint Province realm. In this world where the strong were revered, as long as one possessed strength that was unrivaled, one would be able to dominate everything. Perhaps, after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, my strength might be nothing in the Devata realms, but I'll definitely be able to rule in the mundane realms. After all, with my current strength, if I obtain the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, I don't even need it to raise my strength by a few levels. As long as it raises my strength by 1 level, I'm confident I'll be stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian was filled with excitement when he thought about this. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial that would appear in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He could not wait to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial as soon as possible. Brother Lingtian, don't worry. The The inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial won't appear so soon. Han Xuanai could sense Duan Tian's anxiety and desire to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. She could not help but console him. Zhang Yi. Duan Tian looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Do you know when the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial appeared the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened? When did someone find the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial?" Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi with a burning gaze. His voice was filled with eagerness. "Yes, I do," Zhang Yi replied. "According to the records in the Celestial Master Sect, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was discovered 3 years after the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened." Chapter 2463. If that's the case, based on the time it took for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial to be discovered, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial should have been discovered by now as well? Perhaps someone has already obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. At the same time, his strength surged as he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his strength to the maximum. That's not necessarily the case. After all, it's not every time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opens, someone will find and obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial so quickly. Let's move at full speed. However, Duan Lingtian was not relieved by Zhang Yi's words. After casting the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Lingtian began to move with Channy Ru. If he moved at full speed, Channy Ru would not be able to keep up with him. After passing through 2 human-rank treasure vaults, Duan Lingtian and the others finally arrived at the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It was a place shrouded in thick fog. This is the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Before they arrived, Duan Lingtian noticed a large group of bodiless celestials gathered in front of them. Some of the bodiless celestials mentioned that the foggy place was the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. So many people have already entered the place? At the same time, Duan Lingtian learned from the bodiless celestials that the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had already entered the place. Many people had already entered the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. In other words, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial could be obtained at any time. As expected, we're late. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he brought Han Xuanai, Channy Ru, and Zhang Yi to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Their arrival attracted the attention of the bodiless celestials. After all, not many people had come to this place recently. Those who were supposed to be here had already arrived. Those who didn't come were those who didn't know that the inheritance of the Golden Immortal was here. Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian and the others appeared, some itinerant celestials recognized them and could not help but exclaim in fear, "Duan Lingtian? He is Duan Lingtian? He's that Duan Lingtian who killed 2 7th Tribulation loose immortals?" Even a 7th Tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure was killed by him after he obtained the celestial supreme treasure. He actually hasn't entered yet. At this moment, the group of bodiless celestials also looked at the bodiless celestial who had recognized Duan Lingtian. As they spoke, they were greatly surprised that Duan Lingtian had rushed over at this time. Most of the bodiless celestials looked at Duan Lingtian warily. After all, rumor had it that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 7th Tribulation bodiless celestials before. One of the 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials even possessed a celestial supreme treasure. His strength was comparable to an 8th Tribulation bodiless celestial who did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. Now that the bodiless celestials present had confirmed this, they no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's strength. He's Duan Lingtian? It's said that he and the people around him have a few celestial supreme treasures. A small group of bodiless celestials looked at Duan Lingtian greedily. They could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian and the people around Duan Lingtian, so they could take the celestial supreme treasures for themselves. These bodiless celestials were relatively strong. Many of them were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Sandow, wait for us here. Since bodiless celestials could not enter the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, Duan Lingtian had casually informed Chani Ru before entering the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Master, please be careful. Chani Ru nodded as he watched Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions leave. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he brought Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi with him as he flew toward the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At this moment, whoosh, along with the sound of wind whistling in the air, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian like a ghost and blocked his path. Duan Lingtian, who was leading Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial supreme treasure, immediately came to a halt. At the same time, his expression darkened. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was eager to enter the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, many people had already entered the place. After all, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial could be obtained at any time. Under such circumstances, if someone blocked his path, it would be tantamount to hindering him from obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Scram. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not show any courtesy to the person who blocked his way. He bluntly told the person to get lost. The person who blocked Duan Lingtian's path was a middle-aged man with a medium build. Although his appearance was ordinary, he exuded an air of superiority as he stood there. Based on this, it could be seen that he had been in a high position for a long time. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. You want me to scram? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian coldly, as though he was looking at a dead man. If you don't want to die, you'd better scram. Duan Lingtian said impatiently when he saw the middle-aged man did not seem to have heard him clearly. His eyes flashed coldly as though he was about to devour the middle-aged man. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's patience had reached its limit. It's Wu Xiao, the former sect leader of Great Cloud Sect in Muro Realm. At this moment, a bodiless celestial recognized the bodiless celestial who had been standing quietly at the side and blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Wu Xiao, the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro Realm? Another bodiless celestial from Muro Realm exclaimed in surprise. That's him. I've seen him once before. I didn't expect him to be here as well. I've been here for quite some time, but I didn't notice him until now. The bodiless celestial from Muro Realm continued to speak. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro Realm? Muro Realm is a large mundane realm. Since he's widely acknowledged as the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, I'm sure Wu Xiao must be quite strong. At the very least, he's outstanding among 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Based on the rumors, not only does Duan Lingtian know how to snatch celestial supreme treasures, but his strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial as well. I wonder if Wu Xiao will be able to defeat him. I think so. After all, Wu Xiao is the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. At this moment, the 3 people from the other large mundane realms could not help but whisper among themselves. Many people were full of confidence in Wu Xiao and thought highly of him. He was standing near me earlier. I didn't expect someone as ordinary as him to be the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro Realm. One of the bodiless celestials exclaimed, You want to kill me? Wu Xiao's eyes turned cold when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said disdainfully, Let's see if you have the strength to do so. Do you really think you're invincible just because you killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Today, I'll show you what it means by there's always someone better than you. As soon as Wu Xiao finished speaking, his energy soared into the sky like a ball of flames. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions, pressuring the weaker bodiless celestials present on the scene. These bodiless celestials could not help but retreat, afraid they would be caught in the crossfire when Wu Xiao made his move. So this is the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm? He's really extraordinary. It's not that I've never seen an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial fight before, but none of them are as powerful as him. He's truly the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Moro realm. When Wu Zhao's power skyrocketed, many loose immortals couldn't help but sigh. They were filled with admiration for Wu Zhao. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Duanling Tian was infuriated when he saw the person who blocked his way had no intention of retreating and even took the initiative to provoke him. At the same time, Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy surged out of his body. In the end, when the saint origin shrouded Duanling Tian, it transformed into a sword-shaped flame that shot up into the sky. Not only that, but it also emitted waves of sharp sword intent in all directions. It was as though it could destroy everything. Elementary devouring tactic, submission of 10,000 soldiers, 13 green lotus swords. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, he unleashed all the techniques he had mastered. He was prepared to kill the person in front of him in the shortest amount of time possible. He wanted to enter the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the shortest time possible to obtain the inheritance. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to block his path would be his enemy. Moreover, Wu Zhao did not only want to stop him from obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. This person was taking the initiative to provoke him and even wanted to kill him. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to guess Wu Zhao's motive. Wu Zhao was certain Wu Zhao was after the celestial supreme treasure in his possession. Apart from this, he could not think of any other possibilities. Those who block my path shall die. Chapter 2464. Today, I, Wu Zhao, will clear the name of bodiless celestials. Eminent celestials are like ants to us bodiless celestials. Wu Zhao said coldly as a long spear appeared in his hand. Bang, 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 bang. The long spear shook, and a series of explosions that sounded like firecrackers rang in the air. Moreover, the terrifying aura it emitted made the bodiless celestials present on the scene feel oppressed. A celestial supreme treasure. Soon after, a bodiless celestial recognized the long spear in Wu Zhao's hand. A celestial supreme treasure? Wu Zhao actually has a celestial supreme treasure. Heavens! Not only is Wu Zhao the strongest person at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the mundane realm, but he also has a celestial supreme treasure. With his strength and the celestial supreme treasure, even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial might not be a match for him without a celestial supreme treasure, right? Many bodiless celestials exclaimed when they saw the long spear in Wu Zhao's hand was a celestial supreme treasure. Their voices were filled with dread. After all, Wu Zhao was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. I don't know about other bodiless celestials, but you're not even comparable to an ant in front of me. Duanling Tian's voice rang in the air. His tone was filled with disdain and contempt. At the same time, he took out his celestial sword. The immortal sword cooperated with his power and spun around his body, forming tens of thousands of sword rays. They formed a sword array in the void above his head, emitting a chilling aura. It's the sword formation. At the same time, the bodiless celestial who had seen Duanling Tian cast the submission of thousands of soldiers cried out in surprise when he saw the sword formation above Duanling Tian's head. Previously, Duanling Tian used this sword formation to forcefully snatch the celestial supreme treasure from a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even the sword I carried on my back was forcefully snatched away by him. Another bodiless celestial exclaimed, "Sword formation? Is this the sword formation that he obtained from Feng Qingyang?" Feng Qingyang is from the same mundane realm as him. Moreover, he also obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Many bodiless celestials were looking at the sword formation above Duanling Tian's head. The sword formation above Duanling Tian's head was formed by thousands of sword rays. From afar, it looked like a sea of swords. However, There seemed to be a mysterious connection between the tens of thousands of sword lights. Good. Very good. Today, I, a person who is less than an ant in your eyes, will kill you right here and now. If I don't kill you, I'll be the strongest eighth tribulation scattered celestial in Moro realm. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Xiao was so angry that he laughed instead. The long spear in his hand shook, and his entire body whistled out like a rainbow. Like a space shuttle, it cut through the sky in the blink of an eye and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! The long spear in his hand seemed to have come to life as it charged toward Duan Lingtian like a dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Submission of all soldiers. This time, Duan Lingtian did not respond to Wu Xiao's words. He decided to use his actions to teach Wu Xiao a lesson. The strongest eighth tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian thought of this, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head was originally hovering quietly in the air. At this moment, they emitted bursts of dazzling light, as if numerous suns were exploding. At the same time, with the sword formation as the center, a wave of extremely profound energy rippled across the sky like water ripples and swept out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the ripple-like energy fluctuation had enveloped a large area. Even Wu Xiao was affected by it. What's going on? My sword. It seems like it's not listening to me anymore. What's it trying to do? My dual rings. I feel like they've come to life and are trying to leave me. When the energy fluctuation from the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head shrouded the area, a group of bodiless celestials who did not keep their weapons in their spatial rings discovered something. Their weapons were no longer listening to them. Before they even had time to react, their weapons had already left their hands. From the beginning until the end, they could not stop it at all. It was as though a force stronger than them had forcibly taken their weapons away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The weapons left their owners and flew toward the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head, as though they had become one with the sword formation. Look at Wu Xiao, heavens! Even Wu Xiao's celestial supreme treasure is no longer listening to him. Before the bodiless celestials could recover from their shock, many of them discovered that Wu Xiao had suddenly stopped in midair. Wu Xiao's figure had unknowingly stopped halfway. The long spear in his hand was also trembling continuously, as if it was trying to break free from his restraints. Impossible! As Wu Xiao let out a cry of disbelief, the long spear in his hand had already crushed the power in his hand and injured his hand. As his hand was dripping with blood, the spear quickly left him. Whoosh! Similar to the weapons of the other bodiless celestials, the celestial supreme treasure spear that had left Wu Xiao's hand entered the sword formation, hovering above Duan Lingtian's head in just a blink of an eye. 13 green lotus swords. Go! Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold when he saw Wu Xiao's celestial supreme treasure was subdued by Duan Lingtian's sword formation. At the same time, the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head shone brightly as though it had transformed into a scorching sun. The bodiless celestials, including Wu Xiao, could not help but squint their eyes when they saw the sword formation. This was because the light from the sword formation was too dazzling. Almost as soon as the sword formation shone brightly, swoosh, 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 bursts of ear-piercing sword whistles resounded. Sword rays shot out from the sword formation like a torrential flood. They surged towards Wu Xiao with a torrential momentum. Among the sword rays, one could vaguely see Wu Xiao's celestial supreme treasure long spear was among them. Apart from that, many weapons belonging to the bodiless celestials were also among them. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Before the people present could react, the sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air again. Streaks of sword gleams shot out from the direction of the sword formation. There were also spear gleams, saber gleams, staff gleams, and so on. More than 5 waves of sword rays, spear rays, saber rays, rod rays, and other sharp rays surged out and entered Duan Lingtian's first wave of attack, causing the power of the first wave of attack to increase greatly. This was the profundity of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that Duan Ling Tian had mastered. When Duan Ling Tian cast the technique from the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart Sword amalgamation, he also cast all of his techniques, including the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian no longer held back and attacked with all his might. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had attacked without holding back since he had successfully comprehended the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Even when he killed the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who had obtained a celestial supreme treasure, he did not go all out. At that time, he did not cast the 13 green lotus swords. Not good. Duan Lingtian's first wave of attacks was not simple, but in Wu Zhao's opinion, it was not unstoppable. Because he could see that the power of the attack was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who did not have a celestial supreme treasure. The power of this wave of attacks, how could it increase by a level in such a short time? Wu Zhao shuddered in fear. Earlier, he seemed to have cast an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. It boosted his attack to a whole new level in just an instant. As the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, Wu Zhao's mental fortitude was not bad. He quickly recalled the 5 waves of attacks that had merged with the first wave. It was precisely because more than 5 waves of attacks had been integrated into the first wave of attacks that the first wave of attacks had been raised to a whole new level. Such an attack is comparable to the full-strength attack of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure. If he didn't take away my celestial supreme treasure, I wouldn't be afraid of this attack at all. However, now, run. In the blink of an eye, Wu Zhao's mind spun. In the end, he made a decision that he was most unwilling to make. Run. However, he knew he had no other choice. Right now, he had no other choice. Although he had decided to run, he did not plan to turn around and flee. After all, he knew he would not be able to escape if he did that since he could not catch up to the speed of Duan Lingtian's attack. Boom! Wu Zhao mobilized the energy in his body without holding back, causing the energy in his body to surge out like a ball of flame soaring into the sky. It was as though he had transformed into a fire god. Good timing. While the strength in his body skyrocketed without reservation, Wu Zhao didn't stay idle either. He suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Chapter 2465. Wu Zhao's actions surprised Duan Lingtian. Originally, he thought that Wu Zhao would turn around and flee after sensing the power of his attack. If that was the case, his torrential attack would be able to easily drown Wu Zhao and kill him. However, he was surprised. Wu Zhao didn't turn around and run. Instead, he unleashed all of his strength, as if he wasn't afraid of death. This Wu Zhao is a smart man. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, even though Duan Lingtian and Wu Zhao were standing opposite each other, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but marvel at Wu Zhao's courage and boldness, because he knew by doing this, Wu Zhao was trying to find a way out of a hopeless situation. If Wu Zhao had turned around and fled, he would have been able to maintain his strongest state and kill Wu Zhao while he was fleeing. Now that Wu Zhao had attacked with all his strength, although it was impossible for him to completely block the attack, he was able to offset a large portion of the attack's power and weaken it. At that time, the remaining power of the attack would not be enough to kill Wu Zhao. At most, he would only be able to injure him. Duan Lingtian's attack is not simple. At this moment, the other 8 tribulation bodiless celestials also realized Duan Lingtian's attack was not simple. Duan Lingtian's attack isn't something an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial without a celestial supreme treasure can execute. The power of this attack isn't any weaker than the full-force attack of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. This attack is comparable to the full-force attack of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial using a celestial supreme treasure. When the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials discovered this, their expressions turned grave. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with dread. Originally, They only thought that, even if the Duan Lingtian was as powerful as the rumors said, he would only be on par with them. It was at this moment that they realized that there was something wrong. Duan Lingtian's strength was far above theirs. He was comparable to an ordinary nine tribulation scattered celestial. This Wu Xiao, does he not want to live anymore? While the 8 tribulation loose immortals were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength, they also noticed Wu Xiao charging towards Duan Lingtian. He thought that Wu Xiao was courting death. Perhaps Wu Xiao was stronger than them. However, it had not reached the point where it could withstand the full-powered attack of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if it was just an all-out attack of an ordinary 9th tribulation loose immortal, this Wu Xiao is smart. Soon after, one of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials sighed, as though he had thought of something. Smart indeed. The rest of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials also reacted. The reason why they had reacted so quickly was because they had put themselves in Wu Xiao's shoes and thought for a moment. In the end, they all felt that this was the only way to survive Duan Lingtian's attack. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. As the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, Wu Xiao's attack collided with Duan Lingtian's full-powered attack. It was a head-on collision. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as Wu Xiao unleashed his full strength to counter Duan Lingtian's attack, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. At the same time, the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air at lightning speed, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this time, the air waves caused by the vast and unparalleled power continued to collide with each other, forming a torrent-like shockwave that raged in all directions. The bodiless celestials with weaker cultivation bases retreated one after another. If it were not for Duan Lingtian's timely intervention, Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi would have been severely injured and sent flying by the shockwaves. After all, the shockwaves were equivalent to the full-powered attack of 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Boom! As the shockwaves swept out in all directions, Duan Lingtian's full-powered attack, which had lost most of its power, shattered Wu Xiao's attack and landed on Wu Xiao's body. In an instant, Wu Xiao was sent flying. Barf! Wu Xiao was severely injured when he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. After flying for a distance, Wu Xiao's eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth and unleashed the remaining energy in his body. Then, he seized the opportunity to retreat after being sent flying by Duan Lingtian's attack. Swoosh! Wu Xiao, who had borrowed the force of the collision to retreat, was even faster than when he was at his peak. His speed was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Wu Xiao's escape. The sword formation above his head flashed and appeared beneath his feet. Then, it carried him and chased after Wu Xiao at an unbelievable speed. At this moment, the sword formation beneath Duan Lingtian's feet was like a shuttle that carried him at a speed comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial as he chased after Wu Xiao. The 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword has granted me both offense and speed. It's equivalent to me mastering an offensive celestial method and a movement celestial method at the same time. Duan Lingtian had noticed this long ago. Due to the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he could also integrate the profundity of the sword-type divine ability, 13 green lotus swords, into the sword formation to increase his speed. At this moment, the 13 green lotus swords could even replace a movement divine ability to a certain extent. Naturally, the 13 green lotus swords could not replace a movement divine ability since it was an offensive divine ability. However, since Duan Lingtian had the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword as a medium, he could also use the 13 green lotus swords as a movement divine ability. In other words, Duan Lingtian controlled the sword formation to fly at a speed comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Swoosh! With his speed comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, Duan Lingtian caught up to Wu Xiao in just a blink of an eye. Wu Xiao's expression changed drastically. The celestial methods and divine abilities he has mastered are both offensive and speed. At this moment, Wu Xiao finally realized this. This was also something he had not expected. Earlier, He had decided to flee despite his injuries because he did not think Duan Lingtian's speed was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If that was the case, Duan Lingtian might not be able to catch up to him. However, he did not expect this at all. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities were both offensive and speed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After catching up to Wu Xiao, Duan Lingtian no longer held back and unleashed his full strength again. Similar to the previous attack, it swept toward Wu Xiao like a torrential flood in an aggressive manner. This time, Wu Xiao was no longer able to defend himself. Due to this reason, he was drowned by the torrential attack and died. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm had died just like that. If there were no other bodiless celestials here, I might have spared your life. However, I can only use you to make an example out of you. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes after killing Wu Xiao. Earlier, to a certain extent, Duan Lingtian admired Wu Xiao's boldness and courage. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to make an example out of Wu Xiao, he might have spared Wu Xiao's life. However, in order to intimidate the other bodiless celestials present on the scene, he had no choice but to kill Wu Xiao. Duan Lingtian did not feel guilty for killing Wu Xiao. After all, it was Wu Xiao who had stepped forward and tried to kill him and the people around him because he was interested in the immortal supreme treasures in their possession. Wu Xiao died just like that? The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm died in the hands of an eminent celestial? How? How's this possible? How can Duan Lingtian be so powerful? Among the bodiless celestials present on the scene, only a few 8 tribulation bodiless celestials could clearly see what had happened. The dozen or so 7 tribulation bodiless celestials could barely see what had happened. However, the other bodiless celestials could not see what had happened. When they saw Wu Xiao was killed by Duan Lingtian, they could not help but feel shocked when they learned about the outcome. The bodiless celestials, including the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, looked at Duan Lingtian warily. After all, Duan Lingtian was an eminent celestial who was strong enough to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. The fact that he could kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial meant his strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. An eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? What did this mean? Even Feng Qingyang, the sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the last opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, isn't as strong as he is now, right? Indeed, Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to Feng Qingyang, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Based on what he said, he seems to be Feng Qingyang's successor. After the group of bodiless celestials recovered from their shock, they could not help but whisper among themselves. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to Feng Qingyang, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Let's go. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian could not be bothered with the bodiless celestials present on the scene. He called out to Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi as he prepared to enter the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Just as Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions were about to enter, whoosh. Chapter 2466. Duan Lingtian was infuriated. To him, his wife Ker was one of the few people he cared about the most in this world. 09 little Shua net. If they encountered any danger, only one of them would be able to survive. If that was the case, he would make sure Ker would survive. In his opinion, Ker's life was more important than his own. He had always treated Ker as his most precious treasure. He was afraid she would fall when he held her in his hands and melt when he held her in his mouth. However, Ganru Yin actually dared to bring Ker into the dangerous Beyond Heaven secret zone. How could he not be angry about this? At this moment, he even wanted to kill Ganru Yin. Initially, Ganru Yin was happy to see Duan Lingtian. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian would treat her like this as soon as he appeared in front of her. It was as though she was his mortal enemy. However, she knew Duan Lingtian's condition was not bad. Duan Lingtian was only acting this way because he did not know about her sister Ker's current cultivation base. He was only acting this way because he was worried about her sister. However, at this moment, she could not help but feel a little disappointed. From the beginning until now, she had never dared to compare herself to her sister in the man's heart. This was because she knew it was impossible for her to compare herself to her sister. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian's reaction. For the sake of her sister's safety, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to reveal his killing intent toward her. Perhaps, if something really happened to her sister because of her, this man might really kill her to vent the hatred in his heart. You should be thankful that Kerr is fine. If anything happens to Kerr, I won't let you off. Duan Lingtian ignored Gan Ruyan's pitiful expression. He looked at Gan Ruyan coldly. At this moment, the distance between him and Gan Ruyan seemed to have widened. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gan Ruyan was even more certain of her suspicions. Her eyes dimmed immediately. She was about to explain herself when she suddenly felt something was amiss. It did not matter if she explained herself or not. In his eyes, she, Gan Ruyan, was not even comparable to her sister, Kerr. For the first time, she was jealous of her sister. In the past, she had only been envious of her sister. At this moment, under Duan Lingtian's cold and merciless gaze, a sense of jealousy rose in the depths of her heart. Kerr and I are twins, and we look exactly the same. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Why is there such a huge difference in treatment in front of him? Is it because Kerr knew him first? At the same time, a bitter expression appeared on Gan Ruyan's face. Brother Tian, what are you doing? You've misunderstood my sister. Duan Lingtian reprimanded Gan Ruyan as soon as he arrived in front of her. Kerr was stunned. At this moment, Kerr finally regained her senses. She looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. Misunderstanding? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Kerr's words. He frowned and said, Kerr, you don't have to speak up for her. Perhaps you wanted to come in yourself. However, would you have come in without her permission? She's the one to blame. Duan Lingtian thought Kerr was trying to protect her sister. Elder brother Duan, you've really misunderstood Sister Ru Yin. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who was standing on the other side of Kerr, could not help but speak up. A helpless expression appeared on her beautiful face. HM? Duan Lingtian realized something was amiss when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. If it was only Kerr who said it was a misunderstanding, he could still interpret it as Kerr trying to protect her sister. However, even Tianwu said the same thing. Indeed, it's a misunderstanding. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Mui Yi, the current successor of the Seven Absolutes sex prophet progeny, who was standing next to Feng Tianwu, chimed in and spoke up for Gan Ruyan. 09 little, say net. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He looked at Kerr with a puzzled expression on his face. Kerr, this is, Brother Tian. Just as Kerr was about to explain, a voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian? A loud voice that was filled with joy rang from afar. When it interrupted Kerr, it also entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and his body began to tremble violently. The reason for that was because he was no stranger to that voice. It had been many years since he last heard this voice. However, he would never forget this voice for the rest of his life. He did not have many friends in his life. Therefore, he would remember each and every one of them. No matter how long they had been apart, he would still remember their faces and voices. Suli. Before Duan Lingtian could shift his gaze away from Kerr, he had already identified the owner of the voice. Suli. He was also a friend of his from the mortal continent. Moreover, he had known Suli since he was young in this life. Swoosh. After Kerr was interrupted by Suli, Kerr stopped speaking. Duan Lingtian immediately shifted his gaze to the source of the voice. There, behind the hazy fog, stood a young man. The young man was dressed in blood-red clothes, and his body still emitted the smell of blood. It was obvious that his blood-red clothes were stained with a lot of blood, which had been stained not long ago. Apart from that, he was also holding a sword in his hand. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell the difference between the sword and the young man. Although he didn't use his divine sense to examine the sword, he could sense the sharp aura exuding from the sword and was certain that it was a sword. The sword in Su Li's hand was also a celestial sword. Haha, Su Li, why are you here? After confirming the person in front of him was Su Li, Duan Lingtian flew out excitedly. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Su Li. He stared at Su Li intently, as though he was afraid his friend whom he had not seen for many years would vanish into thin air. What a coincidence, Su Li smiled and was about to say something to Duan Lingtian when a cold voice rang out from behind him. Su Li, follow me to see the ancestor. A cold female voice rang in the air, interrupting Su Li's words. She spoke in a commanding tone. Hearing this cold female voice, the smile on Su Li's face slightly froze. Following which, he looked at the beautiful figure standing not far away and said apologetically, "Miss, I haven't seen this good friend of mine for many years. Can you let me chat with him for a while?" "Miss?" Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard someone speaking to Su Li in a commanding tone. When Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the person who had ordered Su Li's voice rang in his ears again. He was stunned by Su Li's words. Su Li actually addressed the woman before him as young miss with the attitude of a servant? At this moment, Duan Lingtian began to study the woman before him. This woman wore snow-white clothes and looked very young. Moreover, she had a peerless appearance that was not inferior to his wife, Ku'er, and his confidant, Feng Tianwu. She caused one's eyes to light up. In addition, this woman in white seemed to be emitting waves of cold aura at all times, giving people the feeling that winter had arrived, as if it was thousands of miles away from her. "Don't forget that you're now my sword slave." The white-clad woman glanced at Su Li indifferently when she heard his words. Her voice turned even colder. Su Li's eyes dimmed when he heard her words. Understood. Su Li nodded obediently when he heard the white-clad woman's cold voice. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian apologetically. "Duan Lingtian, I'll meet you later. For now, I'll follow Miss Ren to meet the senior from the Yellow the Arch Mansion." As soon as Su Li finished speaking, he moved closer to the white-clad woman. Whoosh! However, just as Su Li was about to move, he was stopped by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at Su Li and asked, "Su Li, what's going on? How did you become this woman's sword slave? Did she force you? If she did, you don't have to bother with her since I'm here. If she tries to make things difficult for me again, I, Duan Lingtian, won't allow it." Duan Lingtian did not expect this. After so many years, his good friend seemed to have lost his freedom and became someone else's servant. How could he accept this? This was Duan Lingtian's friend. How could he allow him to become someone else's servant? Duan Lingtian did not expect his reunion with Su Li after so many years would be in such a situation. Duan Lingtian? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the white-clad woman's gaze lingered on him for a moment. However, she only glanced at him briefly before she looked away. Humph. Following that, the white-clad woman snorted before she turned into a white afterimage again. Like a hurricane, she appeared in front of an inconspicuous gray-clad old man. There were quite a number of patches on the gray robes of this old man. However, although his gray robes were patched up, they were very clean and did not have a single speck of dust on them. "Duan Lingtian, I'll go over first. I'll explain to you later. Of course, you can ask them to tell you." Su Li bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he followed the white-clad woman to the gray-clad old man. Before he left, he glanced at Kerr and the other three women. "HM?" Chapter 2467. Sister Kerr, why don't you tell him? Feng Tianwu was about to answer Duan Lingtian's question when she saw Kerr was about to speak as well. Therefore, she tactfully gave the opportunity to Kerr. "It doesn't matter who says it." Kerr shook her head and smiled faintly. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian and told him everything that had happened since they met Su Li in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. "Both of you only met Su Li in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial?" Duan Lingtian finally understood. "Sister has met Su Li before we came in." Kerr said as she looked at Gan Ru Yin. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Gan Ru Yin. Before he could react, Kerr continued to say, "Brother Tian, I didn't come in with sister. I followed you in after you came in. As for sister, she only came in after her cultivation base broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage." At this moment, Kuer was prepared to explain this matter so that her sister, Gan Ru Yin, would not be wronged. "What? You followed me in?" When Duan Lingtian heard Kerr's words, he was so shocked that he forgot about everything else. He stared at Kerr in disbelief. He would not have thought of this even if he racked his brains. He did not expect Kerr to follow him in. Was this still the meek Kerr he knew? Kerr. After learning the truth, Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "Don't you know how dangerous this place is? Although we didn't know this place was the Beyond Heaven secret zone, we only thought it was the Sword Saint secret zone left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. However, Senior Uncle Prophet had clearly said that those who don't have a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would die here. Why are you so bold as to follow me in?" A hint of blame could be heard in Duan Lingtian's voice when he spoke. However, a hint of worry and fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He was worried something had happened to Kerr after they entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Even though Ku'er was safe and sound now, he still couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Brother Ling Tian. Han Shu and I had appeared next to Duan Ling Tian at some point. She looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Brother Ling Tian, Sister Kerr's strength is not to be underestimated. Do you still not believe what I told you before?" In fact, not long after Han Shu and I met Duan Ling Tian, she had told Duan Ling Tian that Kerr had also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. She had also told him that Kerr was very strong and was not any weaker than Mu Yi, the successor of the prophet progeny in the 7 Absolutes sect. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian did not believe Han Shu and I at all. This made Han Shu and I feel helpless. If it was not for the fact that one could not swear on the lightning penalty oath in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Han Shu and I, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, would have sworn on the lightning penalty oath. In the end, there was nothing Han Shu and I could do about it since Duan Lingtian did not believe her at all. For this reason, when Han Shu and I saw Kerr, she was happy. She knew she could finally prove what she had said earlier. She was not lying. Upon hearing Han Shu and I's words, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Previously, Han Shu and I had told him that Kerr had followed him into the Beyond Heaven secret zone and that Kerr was not any weaker than Mu Yi. However, at that time, he did not believe Han Shu and I at all. Who was Kerr? She was his wife. He had been with his wife for the past few years. Who else would know his wife better than him? However, Han Shu and I said that his wife's strength was above Mu Yi's. How is this possible? For this reason, he did not believe Han Shu and I when she said Kerr had also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, because he felt that it was an impossible thing. But now, reality had given him a resounding slap in the face, making him realize that he was wrong. He finally realized that Han Shu and I had not lied to him. "Kuer, is your strength really stronger than Junior Sister Yi?" When Duan Ling Tian looked at Kuer again, his face was filled with bewilderment, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not believe it. How could Kerr, who was not even as strong as Gan Ru Yin, become stronger than Mu Yi overnight? After all, Mu Yi's strength was second only to him among the members of the 7 Absolutes sect. At this moment, a bitter smile appeared on Mu Yi's face when she saw Duan Lingtian asking Kerr this question. The strength of this senior sister-in-law of hers was not just a little bit stronger than hers. When she recalled the strength Kerr had displayed earlier, a hint of shock appeared in the depths of her eyes. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it. Not only was the current sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, but she was also the wife of his senior brother, Duan Lingtian. Not only was she not a pretty face, but she was even more powerful than his senior brother. Yes. Kerr nodded slightly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. However, she did not say much. Due to her low-key and introverted character, she would not say much at this moment. "I'm sorry. I've misunderstood you." After receiving Kerr's confirmation, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Gan Ru Yin and smiled apologetically. I was too anxious earlier. When I saw Kerr, I didn't think of anything else. I thought you were the one who brought her in. Ganru Yin nodded with a, I understand, look on her face. Duan Lingtian looked away when he saw this. However, he did not notice the pain in the depths of Ganru Yan's eyes. A hint of jealousy could be seen in her eyes as well. Kerr. After apologizing to Ganru Yin, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Kerr and asked, how did your strength improve so quickly? You're even stronger than junior sister E. This was something that Duan Lingtian could not figure out. Kerr was his wife. They were supposed to be very close to each other. There should not be any secrets between them. However, he realized now that he could not tell. He could not see through Kerr. It has something to do with my previous life. Kerr seemed to have guessed that Duan Lingtian would ask this question. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, she immediately said to Duan Lingtian, in recent years, there have been many memory fragments in my memory. When I put those memory fragments together, they formed the memories of my previous life. I realized that while I was piecing together the memory fragments, my soul was growing stronger. And at the same time that my soul is strengthening, my cultivation is also increasing at a very exaggerated speed. Although Kerr explained the root cause of her rapid increase in cultivation base, she did not mention the process. After all, she had endured the pain of having her soul devoured in order to possess her current strength in such a short period of time. Naturally, she did not mention it because she was afraid Duan Lingtian would be worried. So that's how it is. When Duan Lingtian heard Kerr's words, realization dawned on him. However, he did not suspect anything. After all, he knew that Kerr was the reincarnation of a goddess. Kerr. After learning the root cause of Kerr's increase in cultivation base, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel worried. Based on what you said, when you were piecing together the memory fragments of your previous life, you should have recalled many things from your previous life as well. During this process, did it affect your memory of this life? If it did, from today onward, I won't allow you to piece together the memory of your previous life. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn. Naturally, he knew Kerr had always been eager to increase her cultivation base so that she could help him. However, if the price was Kerr losing her memory of this life, he did not want Kerr to rely on this to increase her cultivation base. After all, he did not want anything to happen to Kerr. Brother Tian, don't worry. It won't affect me. Kerr shook her head and smiled. If it does affect me, I won't piece together the memory fragments again. After all, if I lose my memory of this life, I might forget about you and Si Ling. Brother Tian and Si Ling are more important to me than anything else. Therefore, I won't risk losing my memory of this life to piece together the memory of my previous life to increase my cultivation base. As Ke spoke, she became a little emotional. That's good. Duan Lingtian finally felt relieved. Although he still wanted to ask Ku about the details of her past life's memory fragments, he knew that now was not the time. So he quickly avoided the topic and shifted the topic back to Su Li. Kerr, what's the matter with Su Li? If I'm not mistaken, that woman shouldn't be from the Saint Province realm we're in. In other words, Su Li must have only met her after he came to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. But how did Su Li become her sword slave? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. It's because she helped Su Li suppress the devilish aura. Kerr said, when we met Su Li in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he was already the sword slave of the white-clad woman, Ren Yuanjie. At that time, I wanted to help him get rid of Ren Yuanjie, but he rejected my offer. A hint of helplessness could be heard in Kerr's voice when she spoke. Although Ren Yuanjie was strong and could be considered as one of the strongest eminent celestials, Duan Lingtian was not a match for her. However, she was still a far cry from Ren Yuanjie. She helped Su Li suppress the devilish aura? What is going on? Currently, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with doubt. After listening to Kerr's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood. Chapter 2468. Su Li obtained the inheritance from the devil clan, and that's why he's in between a human and a devil. As a human, everything is normal. As a devil, he loses his rationality and becomes a killing machine. As Kerr explained, Duan Lingtian also learned about the things that had happened to Suli all these years. For a moment, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for this good friend of his. This was because he knew how dangerous it was. Putting everything else aside for now, after Suli became a devil, he could no longer differentiate between friend and foe. Moreover, he must have offended many people because of this. Under such circumstances, it was extremely fortunate that Suli was still alive. Moreover, it was extremely fortunate that Suli was not completely devoured by the devil's trait and completely transformed into a devil. I didn't expect so many things to happen to Suli all these years. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. At the same time, he looked at Kerr and asked, Kerr, you said earlier that the white-clad woman called Ren Yuanjie helped Suli suppress the devil's trait, and that's why Suli was willing to become her sword slave? Yes. Ku'er nodded and continued, I told Suli that if he wants to get rid of Ren Yuanjie, then I can help him. No matter if it's forcing Ren Yuanjie to give up on him, the sword servant, or killing Ren Yuanjie. When Kerr reached the end of her sentence, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She was very clear about the relationship between Suli and her brother Tian. She also knew that if her brother Tian knew about Suli's situation, he would definitely do the same. However, he rejected me. He said, a real man must keep his word, and he can't go back on his word. When Kerr reached this part of her sentence, she felt slightly helpless. He's such a person. When Duan Lingtian heard Kerr's words, he felt helpless as well. However, he knew Suli was such a person. He was very stubborn. Once he had decided on something, he would not change his mind easily. Moreover, Ren Yuanjie had indeed helped him this time, and he was indebted to her. Did he promise to be Ren Yuanjie's sword slave forever? As Duan Lingtian asked again, his gaze fell on the three figures in the distance. Over there, Ren Yuanjie, who wore snow-white clothes, was leading Suli to bow to the gray-clothed old man. The inconspicuous gray-robed old man also looked at him the moment he looked over, and their eyes met. With just one glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that the gray-clothed old man wasn't simple. Even the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial I killed earlier is no match for him. After exchanging glances with the gray-clothed old man, Duan Lingtian could not help but have such a thought. In other words, this old man might be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he thought about this. As soon as he arrived, he swept his gaze across the bodiless celestials present, including the gray-robed old man. However, this gray-clothed old man had been standing in a corner the entire time. He appeared to be extremely unremarkable. Thus, he did not notice anything unusual. Now, when this old man bowed to Ren Yuanjie and Suli and looked at him, he showed that he was extraordinary in front of him. It made him vaguely realize this old man was most likely a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's not true. Hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Kerr shook her head and said, according to what Suli said, he seemed to have promised to be Ren Yuanjie's sword slave for 100 years. In other words, he will regain his freedom after 100 years. 100 years? That's good. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Suli would stupidly promise to be a sword slave for the rest of his life. Although the lightning penalty oath did not exist in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the lightning penalty oath did not exist. However, with Suli's character, there was no need for him to be bound by the lightning penalty oath. That Ren Yuanjie really got a great bargain this time. At this moment, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Elder Brother Duan, do you know who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Don't tell me it's Suli? When he heard what Feng Tianwu said earlier, Duan Lingtian was still slightly puzzled, and he was completely unable to make sense of it. However, when he heard the second half of Feng Tianwu's words, he could vaguely guess what she was talking about. It's Suli, Feng Tianwu nodded. Then, she looked at Kerr and said, it's all thanks to Sister Kerr that Suli was able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. If it weren't for Sister Kerr, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Kerr? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although he knew Kerr was not weak, He did not expect Kerr would be able to help Su Li obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I can only say that Su Li is fated to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. When Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr, Kerr continued to say, at that time, all of us were standing in front of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, in the end, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial only chose Su Li. This can only mean that we're not fated to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, it's also because Su Li is the only sword cultivator among all of us. The person who left behind the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was a great overarching golden celestial. When Kerr reached the end of her sentence, she could not help but look at her sister, Gan Ru Yin, the current successor of the Seven Absolute Sect's prophet progeny, Mu Yi and Feng Tianwu. Previously, when they were at the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was so close to them. However, in the end, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had chosen Su Li, who was the furthest away from them. Su Li really obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Moreover, it's the inheritance from a sword celestial? Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses when he heard Kerr's words. A bright smile appeared on his face. As it turned out, he was still thinking about this. He wondered who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, if he had not been delayed, he would have had a high chance of obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, now that he knew Su Li had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the trace of regret in his heart disappeared. After all, he did not want to leave the goodies for outsiders. In that case, this Ren Yuanjia has indeed picked up a huge bargain. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he looked at the white-clad woman in the distance. Meanwhile, at Su Li's side, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial that appeared during the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone is actually the inheritance from a sword celestial? The gray-clad old man narrowed his eyes when he learned from Ren Yuanjie that the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial that appeared during the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone was actually the inheritance from a sword celestial. Yes, ancestor. Ren Yuanjie was extremely respectful in front of the gray-clad old man, as though she was worshipping Buddha. Did you obtain the inheritance from a sword celestial? When the gray-clothed old man looked at Ren Yuanjie again, his sparkling eyes were filled with anticipation. Ren Yuanjie shook her head. The anticipation in the old man's eyes disappeared and was replaced by disappointment. Do you know who obtained it? The old man asked again. It's him. Meanwhile, Ren Yuanjie looked at Su Li and spoke. At this moment, there was a hint of envy in her eyes. Him? At this moment, when the old man's gaze landed on Su Li again, there was an earth-shattering change in him compared to before. After all, he had thought the blood-clad young man was Ran Yuanjie's sword slave. He did not expect Ran Yuanjie's sword slave would obtain the inheritance from a sword celestial. Yes. Ren Yuanjie nodded. Originally, his strength was inferior to mine. However, after he obtained the inheritance from a sword celestial, not only did he catch up to me, but he even showed signs of surpassing me. The old man looked at Su Li with burning eyes when he heard Ran Yuanjie's words. He asked in surprise, since you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, why do you still want to keep your promise to her and be her sword slave? A real man can't stand without keeping his word. In the face of the old man's question, Su Li replied indifferently. Ren Yuanjie's expression changed slightly when she heard Su Li's words. A real man can't stand without keeping his word. The old man was not stingy with his praise when he heard Su Li's words. Then, he looked at Ren Yuanjie and said, Yuanjie, I'll make a decision for you this time. From today onward, Su Li is no longer your sword slave. The promise is void. Do you agree? The old man asked. I'll do as you say, ancestor. However, Ren Yuanjie was stunned for a moment before she nodded in response to the old man's words. Senior, You, Suli frowned when he saw this. Suli, Renyuan Jie said before the old man could speak, you're not going back on your word. I'm the one who's giving up on you. You don't have to feel burdened by this. Suli looked at Renyuan Jie as though he had just met her. In his impression, Renyuan Jie was not such a considerate person. It seems like she's doing this because I obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial and the old man from Yellow the Archmansion. It was not difficult for Suli to figure this out. It's decided then, the old man said with a smile as he looked at Suli. Suli, I'd like to invite you to join the Yellow the Archmansion. Are you willing? Here it comes. Suli knew things were not as simple as they seemed. When he heard the old man's words, he knew he had guessed correctly. The old man had asked Renyuan Jie to give up on him. Then, he invited him to join the Yellow the Archmansion. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.